the machines to get together and let all the people who actually care to watch, let them know that it's happening. Let my AI get into the chat. Oh, robot. He help. Alright, well Twitch has got it now. So, where we last left off, you, Cullen, and the rest of the party who had been introduced. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Had been introduced. That had been introduced. You guys got into a fight with an Elder Oblex. It had been consuming the memories of those who were dying or wanted to live eternally through the Oblex, in exchange for being allowed to keep its life by a forward venture. But the family all died off. So, Oblex was left kind of just sitting there to feed on whatever. Hello, little succubus. You guys, most of you guys opted, two out of the three of you opted to just beat the ever-living shit out of it while also asking it many questions. Afterwards, the princess said, Princess Emerald, the future queen of the Kingdom of Unity, or potential future queen to be more specific, decided that no, we should keep it as an asset I can give to somebody else and get political leverage. Favor for a favor kind of deal. So, begrudgingly, Cullen and what's his character name? Jerez decided to let it slide so far, but we'll see how long that lasts. And you guys remain here at the inn. Courier will soon come pick up the creature, and specifically, you guys are resting for the evening with intent to tomorrow go out and grab the fourth member of the party. The princess looks over at Cullen and says, "So, are you a little upset that I'm deciding to keep this thing and basically sell it off?"
I think it's something that can't be left alive given its intelligence and ability to kind of manipulate people. I think it's a foolish decision.
And I know somebody who can use it well, and also get me brownie points in relations.
They can use it, and
well, yeah. I know they can use it. They hold power over devils. This thing's gonna be a cakewalk.
devils are bound by certain obligations. This thing has no such laws around it.
She goes, we'll see. The worst case scenario, it runs rampant in a castle full of devils. She shrugs. I don't think it's gonna live long anyway. If it ends up deciding to, decides to misbehave in front of Queen Igniferous. She's been known for an affinity to fire. This thing clearly doesn't like fire, so she goes, "I think our odds are good on this one." She says, "I'm feeling." She's got a big grin. "I'm feeling good about this one." And a new patron walks into the inn. That would be you, sir.
Kind of a scholarly-looking gentleman, wearing a bit of a fancy coat with what appears to be kind of a walking stick, but it almost looks like the walking stick could be pulled out of something. Briefly glances about. What does he see?
You see a chiseled, absolutely immaculate, shirtless man with pants on, long dark hair.
Yeah, Jacob would really appreciate you for that description.
You see a fairy, which size tiny, by the way, so we're going with the actual size tiny, not small. And you see a pale, dark-haired man at his own table, observing the ongoings of the patrons, enjoying himself. He has an eye patch, and an air of smugness is about him. And you also see what you easily recognize as the Princess of Unity, Princess Emeril. You actually were told to get in contact with her, and you ended up being ahead of schedule. Instead of having them to come to you, you came to them. Or you were going to them. You just happened to meet them up here on your way there. Things play out nicely, don't they?
Things are coming together.
She looks over.
Good evening! Or afternoon. Good evening just sounds the best to me. I couldn't help but notice that might be the princess over there.
She looks over. She looks over and goes, I am indeed. Welcome. I'm going to assume you're our fourth member. You seem to be dressed the part that I was told you'd be.
Yeah, I was told to come and meet you. I thought we would be a few more days, but things seem to be appearing ahead of schedule.
Wonderfully so. These gentlemen were also early, about an hour early when I was scheduled to meet with them, but seems you all are punctual beyond.
Oh, well. In all fairness, this is a little bit of an accident, actually. I didn't quite expect to see you here.
All good things. She passed the table. Come sit down. You must be hungry.
Could use a bite to eat.
She goes, the food's all on me. And then the barkeep has no token because I'm lazy. But a barmaid comes over. She goes, would you like a drink or something to eat, hon?
Just some water for now. And do you guys have any particularly good soups here?
All the soups are good, sweetie.
Surprise me with a soup then, please.
Alrighty then. After a moment of you guys just kind of like sitting there a little bit, everyone's eating ahead of you. The waitress comes out with a nice flagon of water. There's plenty. It looks like really good water. Like despite being well water, it's clean. It's really clean well water. You can tell by the smell that it's well water. And lamb stew, I guess counts as a soup.
Yeah, stew, soup, good enough.
Yeah, and she goes, figured something hearty for somebody who's been on the road, get your energy back.
Thank you very much.
Because it's not quite soup, but the chef decided that adventurers need their protein. And you see, and you kind of hear a door swing open, and you see a big burly man with a nice curly mustache looks over at your table, gives you a thumbs up, and walks back in the kitchen. He dusts off his apron as he turns around.
Well, thank you very much.
Not a problem. We get lots of customers here. Quite often, actually. Because we're just at the end of a crossroad, and we're along a trade route. A lot of people travel through here. Speaking of which, I see
Place to set up a business.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of which, we don't. Right now, you guys are the only adventurers here, and one of the merchants actually ran into trouble. He's not going to ask for help, but I know this merchant. He's a good man. He tries his best. And it'd be preferable if you could help him.
Well, I suppose. Well, what do the rest of you think?
The paladin is a little fixated on the on a bag of holding. Almost a little too fixated, so hyper focused.
I know what's in that bag of holding.
You just might.
I think I've got an idea.
And so, where's that folder? And the man, you were told there before, and you're just going to assume that the other well-dressed gentleman is part of the gang. He seems to be preoccupied listening to the local rabble. Did not hear you at all.
He's
go ahead.
Over there.
Yeah. The merchant. Give me a second. Let me fire up the token.
The token machine.
Token. It's still gonna be a
get
square.
the token, eh?
Get the token, eh?
Oh, he's fucking massive, eh? Holy shit. Gotta bring him down a notch. He's gonna take over the tavern.
But he's pretty busy. Emerald goes, I think we should, because these people still are within my jurisdiction, and I feel obligated.
Before we go anywhere, I'd like to hear about who you are. The princess seems to have some idea, but I sure don't.
Oh, fair enough. Well, I'm Narden Conrad, a bit of a scholar, archaeologist, as you could say. Studied back up in Marblestone. Basically, up in that area, archaeology ends up being the history of kind of, if you're familiar with the ancient history of the enslavement of humanoids by dragons and their subsequent escape over the mountains, those damnable mountains.
I will say I'm not particularly knowledgeable about mortal history, but I'll take your word for it.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Princess, you seem to find sort of interesting people for this. Not the type of people I would have picked.
That's fine. I am choosing a very strong group of adventurers with a reputation for knowing the things I need to know and being able to do things that maybe I can't. My skills...
Trust me, I'll prove to be a valuable compatriot in this party.
Yeah. My skills are limited, as I am best suited for politics, and even then I'm still fairly novice with them. Politics and spellcasting is where I shine at the moment, but I'm looking to grow, and our friend here knows many things about history, and I actually need that valuable information, especially when we're hunting the dragon.
Dragon.
Be good stuff to know.
And she goes, and the giants. You learn a thing or two about giants when you're studying when you study the enslavement of the humanoids, since they're...
Oh, yes. Should have mentioned.
Yeah, I was under the impression we were going after the giants before the dragon.
Still,
It's likely.
I planned ahead in case you all consented to the dragon's slaying. The giant's going to be easier than the dragon, that is for sure, because I have leverage against the giant. On the other hand, we're going to directly have to wound the pride of the dragon. And Davon back there is as underhanded as I can get without actually getting to a straight-up criminal. She kind of chuckles. He at least has tact, and I need someone who, while they can be nice, that way they're nice enough to where I don't look bad, but I could still get things done. Every city and society has a dark underside, a dark underbelly. It's best to be intimate with it as much as you are with the rest of it.
If you know the ins and outs of the underbelly, you might be able to catch wind of a raid that's coming up soon, or something along those lines. Lets you defend for it.
I'm a firm believer that you can't stop individuals from behaving a certain way, but you can prevent it, and you can at least keep track of it.
Keeping track of it is half of the knowledge you need.
Exactly.
The other
And
half is the proper power.
our friend here is. He's a paladin of Callist. I could not think of anybody better. Callist literally is the god of destruction and justice. Who better than somebody whose idea of justice is fairly simple, but also can keep me alive if need be.
Fair enough.
And then a cleric from the Summer Court. I actually requested a cleric from the Summer Court particularly because, well, I want to learn more.
Well, you'll certainly learn some things. In the meantime,
Go ahead.
seems like we've got things that are immediate matters to attend to.
The merchant is fat and happy, but he's not rich. You could tell he wears affordable clothes. He's humble. And the waitress goes, if you look over there, he's over there. His name is James. He's the human. And you see the human James drinking. He looks tired, a little upset. Nardum, if you remember, you might recall a broken cart outside.
I think on my way in, I saw probably what was his cart, battered and broken. He's probably not in a great mood because of that.
He looks a little tired, a little upset, but he doesn't look too beaten up. So clearly it wasn't too awful, but you'll have to speak with him.
Alright.
She goes, you boys should go speak with him. I want to see how you handle it. After all, I do know of your exploits, but I have not seen them myself.
Suppose we shall head over there then. Alright, I'm gonna get up, dust himself off, make sure his clothing is presentable.
Sort of follow along, step or two behind. I guess not step, but
You know. About
flying at head height or so.
easy to spot. Don't try and, don't run into you by
Do you leave little sparkles like Tinkerbell whenever you fly?
Excuse me, sir, is the seat taken?
No, not at all. Please have a seat. Wonderful beard, by the chance.
Thank you.
Is that a crystalline monocle?
It might be.
Or is that diamond?
No, it's just crystal. I'm not quite that wealthy.
I see. You dress like it, though. Quite the good choice. The collars are complimentary.
Thank you. I couldn't help but notice a cart outside, if I hate to mention it. That happen to be of yours?
It is. Damned goblins. They stole my ground drake.
Goblins are wont to do that. Vicious, cowardly creatures.
Yes. Well, it's not. Nardum, right?
Yeah.
You know that a ground drake is not actually a dragonoid. It's actually a lizard.
A lizard of some type.
Yeah, think like the lizard from, you know that lizard thing Obi-Wan rode in the prequels and on Utapau?
I'm not familiar with anything Star Wars.
Yeah, basically think like, a dragonoid-looking creature, but more like a less ugly rock drake from Ark.
Trying to think of other, fictional lizards.
Yeah, they're...
Kind of like a big-ass Komodo dragon.
Yeah,
Okay.
big feathered Komodo dragon, essentially, with a sticky tongue. Lots of lizard-like traits put together. Known for its strength, not its speed, and its ability to jump. He goes, yes, the goblinoids captured it. Unfortunately, it's not just any goblin camp. He puts his hand. Oh, it's the goblins of Lady Chimera. It's just outside the countryside, too. Bastard, she has no decency for the rules. Just wanders into people's territory and just takes things when she needs it.
It's no way to live.
Yeah, it's good. It's a great way to live. I paid my tax to her, but apparently her goblinoids didn't get the message.
As much as I'd love to sit here and listen to your sob story, I assume this is all leading to you asking us to kill the goblins and retrieve your drake.
At least I'm only asking that you retrieve the drake. Lady Chimera is known for being itching for a fight.
Piss her off a little too bad, and she might try to war with a neighboring city.
She'll sick the Chimera on you.
Well, perhaps we should just finish off this goblinoid lady as well.
She's not a goblinoid is the weirdest part. He chuckles.
Yeah, most goblin camps aren't run by goblins. They're run by something stronger, something they fear. Hobgoblins, typically.
She's not a hobgoblin either. She used to be a
No.
hobgoblin. That's the funny thing. She used to be a hobgoblin. She used to be. And now she's not.
Is she now?
She's an elf again.
Once a goblin, always a goblin.
She used to be an elf, and then a wizard polymorphed her, true polymorphed her, into a goblin, into a hobgoblin. She came.
And someone came and dispelled the magic?
She came in, took over a castle, and then a group of adventurers decided. Well, a group of adventurers helped her get her form back.
It's strange.
She likes talking about it when she has you in a box.
I see.
It's a great way of her giving you her sob story and also threatening you at the same time. Quote, I lived as a hobgoblin for more years than you can count. It was, weirdly enough, a good threat. The goblinoids there don't see her as anything other than that hobgoblin that she was at one point. And they're also afraid of getting eaten by the Chimera. So, he goes, granted, she's you're able to negotiate with her. He gives you kind of this look of like, kind of, you know. He's like, I only ask that you bring back the lizard.
We can get your lizard back. That's well within reason.
If you wish to go to the castle,
these kinds of goblins are to be reasoned with, though. We should
Unlikely.
certainly consider taking them off the map.
The best.
I believe goblins are just a scourge. Reasoning with them is folly.
He looks at you. Luckily, the lizard is quite the drag, and I know for a fact it's going to take them a couple days to get back home. They didn't have a bugbear with them. He goes, thank God. But the raid was led by 2 hobgoblins and a squad of goblins. They're very well organized. Lady Chimera has taught them well. So they're no idiots. Despite them lacking intelligence, they do have strategy. Just as a heads up. He looks at you. He goes, but that lizard is very stubborn. I guarantee you it's slowed them down by a lot. Especially if they haven't caged it.
Well, sounds like we could catch up to them pretty easily then. And then from there we can discuss whether or not we just go forward and take them off the map entirely. I'm sure the paladin over there would actually be pretty interested in that.
Quite possible. As a reminder, Colin, I know you remember this, the paladin actually is going to stay behind until Igniferous' emissary comes and picks up the slime.
Jacob's not here.
Yeah.
If you wish, go for it. If you somehow take down Lady Chimera, she has, I'm not kidding, a throne packed with weapons. And that's not a joke. That's not a joke. She actually has. The chair has been hollowed out to hold a lot of weapons in the back. Like it's her chair is a weapon rack with a butt cushion. With a seat cushion.
Are we talking like Game of Thrones kind of here?
Not like, no. It's literally just a weapon rack, but turned into a chair.
Fair enough.
So she just, like, pulls out whatever and just fucking chops a goblin when they piss her off every once in a while.
Well, it's best we're gonna move on. We don't need them carrying that Drake much farther.
I would be ever in your debt. I will think of a way to pay it back. Goes, I don't have much right now. I'm on my way to go pick up stock. Which is why I assumed they wouldn't raid me, but they just took my gold instead.
Ah. That does get stranger and stranger.
Well,
if there's some kind of splinter cell.
They can get
like
greedy.
I wouldn't
Desire
waste
gold.
gold on empty trader.
He goes, wouldn't be the
Paid
first.
Taxes. Strange.
Wouldn't be the first time one of those goblins acted out on their own out of boredom. They get in trouble quite often. But I wasn't going to bring it up with her until my cart was fixed. Again, she's not unreasonable, it's just difficult to negotiate. If I bring up the fact that they raided me when I was empty-carted and only small amounts of gold, I might get my gold back. Or, at the very least, I'd get a goblin head for free. I think I'd like to have the goblin head to hang on my cart to remind them why you don't mess with merchants who've paid their taxes. But
Merchants, not a good long-term bet to deal with them. They often have the money to pay people stronger than themselves to go and deal with the threat.
factual. That's why they keep me just barely broke. He chuckles with a little bit of a tear coming out. He's clearly unhappy with the mafia level of treatment he's getting.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead. So, you guys wish to travel out?
Well, let's get a move on.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let me load up the camp then, and then narrate your travels.
I didn't think I've forgotten your name from when the princess said it. Could you give me a refresher?
Known as Cullen of the Summer Court. I've been sent as an emissary to this realm in order to forge political alliance with the princess. So, the more I spend time with her, the more that seems unnecessary.
Could you elaborate, perhaps?
I was under the impression that she'd be doing more sitting on a throne and ordering people around, and that
Well,
going on
some
adventures
people
was
live
not
that life.
what I anticipated.
Well, some people get bored of the life of the noble. Go out in pursuit of other things, excitement. That's how a lot of nobles end up as adventurers. And it's also how a lot of nobles end up dead.
It's the burden of royalty to take the responsibilities that they're given. Seems foolish and short-sighted.
Well, they don't have any choice as to who they're born into when it comes to family lineage. I see no reason why we should foist upon responsibilities to those born into a bloodline. Should have a choice to go on adventure if they want to.
I respectfully disagree.
Fair enough.
So, also, just to kind of clarify for your sake, it's gonna take me a minute, Nardim.
Yep.
Wow, we're actually getting pretty decent with this. She clarifies that, so the terms of service are, you're going to go kill a storm giant. You guys have its behir actually held up somewhere and it's still in service to this giant, this storm giant. So get it to scream, it's going to actually, the storm giant will come for it. That's how you're going to get it to come out on land instead of fighting it on the ocean. If you even fight it. The idea is to negotiate and establish a go fuck yourself border, because it keeps encroaching on the magic isles and attempts to conquest them. Because every time they go between, every time people try and go between the Dwarven continent and Origin, the storm giant claims that you're encroaching on its territory on the ocean, but its borders keep expanding with each and every claim.
Yeah.
Getting more and more
It's
unreasonable.
grabbing as much as it can.
Well, it keeps destroying
Foolish
ships and taking lives, so not everyone is happy.
Fair enough.
Okay, that works
We'll
for
have
me.
to negotiate, and if it doesn't see reason, well then we can make it see the blade.
Alrighty, so, and if you would like, and everything in the Giant's quarter, everything on the Giant or parts of the Giant, everything, the loot's all yours. She is doing this because the enemies of humanoids have been giants and dragons, chromatic dragons, and if she can conquer them, conquer both somehow, like she believes that she can hold power over a giant and bully that giant into behaving, and that's enough for her. But she needs, and for herself, she needs to kill she's going to kill an adult red dragon. She'd like help with it in order to collect its scales, to finish a piece of armor, as well as to take its head back to the castle and prove that she is worthy, in her mind, of actually ruling over Unity, because she is the prophesized eternal one of the 3 eternal rulers of Origin. And in order to fulfill that expectation, that destiny, she feels like she needs to meet these prerequisites on her own. And this is her explaining it to you. So this is very self-imposed. She could just wait for the election, because even though she's air quote destined, she's still she's still trying to earn the favor of everybody instead of just taking the throne and being entitled. She wants to be chosen. So, he takes out his map and he shows you guys not too far. They didn't get too far if you guys make a straight beeline through the woods without really trying to get around the road, because they have to go onto the road, because that damn lizard will not cooperate otherwise. It'll be way too hard to get it through the woods like that. There's a shortcut that will take you only about that'll take you about 8 daylight hours to get through, as compared to if you were to go on the road, where it'd take you way longer, so you can actually catch up to them. Or rather, you should be able to catch up to the encampment that they should be at, that they've been known to raid people from, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So he kind of explains that. He goes, you should be there by nightfall, so that's great. The lizard can see you. He says, and if you really want the lizard to run to you, he hands you, or if you need it to run to you, he hands you a vial. He goes, don't pop it open until you're ready for that thing to chase you, and it will come right at you. It won't hurt you, but it'll stay right by you, and it will not leave you.
Alright.
This is literally the sense. Like, this is basically, it's
Lizard catnip.
No,
Steroids.
it smells like its mom, so it's going to instinctively want to hang around you. Because the way he explains, the way they're domesticated is that they kind of stay at a certain level of intelligence that's really close to shortly before they leave their mom. So they're still reliant on somebody. And that smell of familiarity will innately make them want to stay nearby you. The goblins don't have it. You need to have purchased it from a breeder in order to actually have the vial. He goes, I have multiple. This lizard has given me plenty of reasons to trust it. Alright, I'm gonna move you guys onto the map.
Alright.
Is the merchant coming with us, or is he staying?
He is staying. He has no combat capabilities whatsoever, and he's overweight.
He's overweight.
He's good at talking, and he's good at bargaining. Nothing more. That's why he's a merchant.
And he's overweight. He's good at being overweight.
He's very good at being overweight. He likes food. To be fair, it's a move. Alright, draw a shape. We're gonna make the color this color. The cage is... Oh, why is it outline green? Oh, good lord. Oh, Lord Jesus.
Oh, Lord Jesus Christ. And then, right when you're least expecting it, I drew a water bomb all over the cap.
What the fuck? So...
Yeah, it's a little effect I have because I've got like an enhanced version of Roll20. You can do breaths weapons of it too. It's great.
Can I make the grid darker?
I think there's a way to make the grid darker. Yeah, if you go to page settings, you can change the color of the grid.
Okay.
Yep, there you go.
Okay. There we are. If this bothers you, I'm sorry, but I'm a dingus and I need this grid.
It's good to be able to see, in my opinion.
Alright. The cage is here. I don't have a lizard token. I can make a lizard token, though.
Who has lizard tokens? Nobody.
Like go to the Lizard Arcade.
The
Lizard. D&D 5. That's not a lizard. Oh, here it is. Riding lizard. Fuck, dude, I thought
I'm not misunderstanding this, and it's actually a wizard that we're supposed to find.
Oh my god, I thought I lost this. I thought I lost a stat block forever. Nice! Oh my god, I thought I lost it forever. I'm so happy that I found it. Shh. If you could not be like that, that would be greatly appreciated, child.
I presume you're talking to your
Dog? Yeah.
child.
Yes. He fucking acts like a kid, so I call him one.
Fair enough.
I'm not even kidding. He acts like... I'm a brother of 4. He fucking straight up acts like one of my little brothers when they were toddlers. He cries, he whines, he pouts, he throws fits. Like, straight the fuck up, all of those things. It is...
Alright, I gotta grab some stuff I just got.
Yeah, you're good.
I'll be right back.
You're good.
Yeah, for sure.
Still loading up a token.
Oh, I'm not gonna make it through today.
Oh.
Die.
Luckily, this is a small... Is Big Boy, is Large Lizard.
Lord Lizard. Massive boy. Look at him.
That's actually what they look like, but there's feathered variants. And the feathered variants can go invisible. This one
Jesus.
is not.
Not feathered.
Not feathered. because I found the stat block, I could now fucking officially say that they are an official part of my game. And not just an NPC level creature. Where they exist, but they're not playable or player usable.
They exist, technically.
And then time to load up the Gobelinos. Alrighty. Don't mind the size of the goblins. This is not their real size.
Oh dear Jesus Christ, they could rival the Tarrasque!
And
Look out!
then
They're fucking massive!
I'm going to assume 8 goblins and 2 hobgoblins aren't shit for you guys.
I feel like that encounter will be over in less than 13 seconds.
That's quite confident for somebody within within smiting distance.
Oh yeah, these goblins got paladin levels?
No. When I hear the words "I'm bored," then they'll start getting paladin levels.
Yeah, that is why we will not say we are bored, because we do not want to fight paladin goblins. Paladin goblins are not an encounter I wish to have today.
No, I usually don't crank up my difficulties that high for a while until I get a good feeling for the party.
I still don't feel like paladin goblins would actually be that big a threat, because goblins still only have, you know, half of an HP.
I only have half of an HP.
Yeah, they don't deserve more than that, you know?
Yeah.
Actually, I'm realizing it's been so long since I used goblins as a monster, I don't remember what their HP is. I know it's not high. I don't think it's above a 10. I know zombies are significantly more resilient than they are. That's all I remember about them.
It's because zombies have
Well, that's
undead
'cause zombies
fortitude.
Well, yeah, but zombies also have, like, at least 3 times their HP pool. Because zombies have got, like, 21 health. No, it's 22. Zombies are chunky as fuck, is the life lesson.
Zombies are chonkers.
Like, damage output wise, they are perfectly balanced for their CR, but they have like 4 times the health they should for their CR.
Oh my. Alright, I'm back. These are enormous goblins.
Yeah, they're fighting the Tarrasque, actually.
And then, last but not least, add these, because the merchant didn't talk about these, but they are a thing.
The liar. Fool.
Are wargs large?
Probably.
Here, I'm gonna look it up, hold on. Because
I
goblins...
would wager.
Alright. Oh, fucking pull up all the monsters. Alright. Why do I not have that?
Yeah, wargs are large.
Okay.
I think, actually, come to think of it, there's a few monsters that speak, like, a language of their own name, like giant elks, and I think warg is one of them. I think wargs speak warg.
What the? That is not what I wanted to do.
But it's what happened.
Alright. I just need the monster manual open. I need to open it like a couple times. Ta-da! Vanilla as fuck. That's... Da-da-dun, da-da-dun, da-da-da. They are small. Hobgoblin.
So I should add this. Just for the sake of it.
What? It's not in the monster manual?
What, the warg?
Yeah.
Should be.
How are you spelling it?
W-A-R-G, right? Or is it W-O-R-G?
W-O-R-G.
Okay.
Yeah, it's warg, not warg. It's weird. Well, it's not weird, that's, you know, a spell, but you get it.
Oh my god, they don't have a stat block. Oh, no, wait. There we go. Okay, there we go.
I wouldn't doubt that they have no stat block, but...
There we go, okay. They are large monstrosities. Alrighty then. So up ahead, it is nice and dark. Nightfall has been gone for at least an hour. And here you are. You guys can see them burning the camp. You can hear them being the goblinoids that they are. Usually I use acting like goblins as an insult, but in this case, it's literal.
They are acting like goblins.
Acting like goblins. They're bullying the lizard. The wargs are eating raw meat. The hobgoblins are discussing things amongst themselves. And the two goblins guarding the path leading up to the campment are picking their nose.
Acting like goblins.
Yep. There's a wood pile. And you can see the wood pile from where you guys are at. So, they clearly seem to be relatively aloof. They don't seem to be worried that anything's going to happen. The wargs are busy eating.
How tall is this ridge?
How tall is it? 5 foot.
Yeah. 5 feet? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think the merchant said anything about these wargs. Do you remember that?
Goblins often have such things with them.
Oh yeah, but
Sure, the merchant just assumed.
I suppose.
At any rate, how do you propose we tackle this?
I should probably get these things their HP.
Allegedly, they can be reasoned with.
I would not trust such.
Yeah, I was on a similar boat. I would not trust that they can be reasoned.
These things have ass for HP.
Yeah, they're not, you know, they're not the most powerful creature in the world, to say the least.
Could just try and sneak up on them and launch some kind of ambush. I can try and hold the front lines.
If you'd rather not hold the front lines, I could perhaps summon something more disposable, you could say. But
Yeah, I'd be happy to fight alongside something.
perhaps we can just catch them by surprise. Some sort of large explosion, perhaps.
A large explosion. I like it. They seem pretty busy. I reckon I could get up to that ridge without them noticing me. Then from there, you launch the big explosion. I jump up and bam!
The gang goes goblin hunting. It's like what a sunny episode. That's all I can.
Gang goes goblin hunting.
And then just
Yeah, that is. Yeah. That is what's happening. You're right.
Oh fuck. Go ahead.
Well then, what do you think? Try and sneak up to the ridge. If they spot me, blast them. And then on your cue of blasting them, if I do successfully make it up there, I'll jump up and begin just killing them.
What is the lizard's? It's a metal cage that the lizard is in, correct?
Or
is it just sort of tied down?
It's a wooden cage, and it's also tied to the ends of it. It's actually a really sturdy wooden cage. It seems to have been built not by the goblins. Or if it was, they were instructed. Clearly this is not standard, and their weapons aren't shoddy. Their weapons are their armor is okay.
They're well-funded goblins, that's what this is.
Relatively. It's still not the best.
Relatively well-funded goblins.
Yeah, for goblins they're
Cage have
well-funded.
a floor.
Does the cage have a floor? Yes. As a matter of fact, it also has wheels.
It's on wheels.
And it looks like...
Move that, couldn't we?
And it looks like something was pulling the creature at one point. Wonder what?
Strange.
Give me a second. I'm gonna let me let me finish giving their HP. What? Finish with their HP and AC. And then there is...
Any other ideas for an ambush of sorts? Saw you were eyeing up that cage a little bit. Seems sturdy for goblin make, don't you think?
I'm concerned that it will hurt the lizard if we're using reckless spells.
Well, yeah, maybe stay away from fireball and the like, but, No, if we aim it properly, we could just aim it.
Let me real quick pull up the lizard stat block for you.
Yeah.
Because it is a common creature, so you would know if it has anything, you
Particular
know...
resistances or immunities.
Yeah, you know it's sensitive to sunlight. As a matter of fact, I need to specify, it has a pair of goggles on it.
It's got the anti-sunlight sensitivity goggles.
Yeah. They're deemed as, quote, adorable by most people. Oftentimes, people will decorate them. They can jump good and climb.
They can climb and they can jump real good.
That is... And they're immune to poison. That is pretty much the benefits of them over having a horse. Is that they...
Climbing and poison immunity.
Yep. A little bit of vertical mobility added, and poison immunity.
You know, if I recall correctly from what I've seen of these creatures, they're completely immune to poison. So maybe if that big damage reckless spell you were mentioning can deal poison damage, we wouldn't need to worry about harming it.
Unfortunately, the one I was proposing calls upon the powers of the Fae to bring sunlight partially down upon an area and scorch the surroundings.
I'd reckon you could probably, depending on the how large the spell is, you could probably aim it elsewhere from the lizard itself.
There you go. And lizard's pretty beefy. Those things, and they're known for being alternatives for merchants who run through dangerous territories. So the lizards are known for being tough and able to fight. But not like...
I'd rather not have to engage, have it engage in combat with.
Yeah, but not like, war mount. That still is reserved for...
Yeah, they're not a war mount, and we probably don't want to drop a fucking fireball or fireball equivalent.
Kills the merchant's lizard. Shit!
It's like, oh yeah, the goblins, they massacred it, man. I'm so sorry for your loss. Yeah, they burnt it to death. Yep.
But yeah, it's up to you guys. They seem to be enjoying themselves, eating, drinking. They seem to be relatively less... They seem to be less like goblins and more like overworked, tired factory workers. They're just tired. They're not. They're aloof at this point. They're relaxing. They seem to be not at all worried.
Are any of them looking in our direction?
They're either fucking with the lizard or trying to get some sleep.
Okay.
The hobgoblins are cooking something over the fire.
Well then,
You do see the well that is over here. You change that color.
oh yeah. Push them down it. Got it.
Brighter, darker.
So, let's finalize some plans here and get into action. They aren't paying very much attention,
Bing.
clearly. I still reckon we could sneak up there.
There you
It's a wooden cage.
go. Mm-hmm.
Can't imagine it's too hard to break. Smash the bars.
No, if you know what you're doing, but the lizard, you can, you don't know why the lizard hasn't tried to break out of it yet, though. Since it is just a wooden cage.
I propose we simply start with bring the fury of the sun down upon them and adapt from there.
Alright. We'll try and sneak up to that ridge. If they start attacking the lizard at all, I'm gonna get into that cage and I'm gonna bring it out. I have a spell that'll be useful for that.
Alright. Can you see in the dark, my friend?
Yes.
Would you like to be able to see in the dark even better?
I am a human, but I can see in the dark.
Place my hand on your shoulder and give you dark vision to 300 feet.
300 feet instead of 60 feet I've got. Pog.
Pog champ.
Pog champ. Twilight cleric, go burr.
Twilight cleric, go burr.
Sure fucking does.
What time do you have your next session, by the way?
It's at like 6 my time, so 3 hours, I think.
Okay.
It could be at 7 my time. Like if we get in the middle of combat and it's 3 hours from now, I can just tell my other people like, hey, I'm gonna need an hour.
If you get into combat after this, that's gonna be a really tall order, and I don't know if you're ready for it today. I don't know if you guys can take them on.
Chimera?
Lady, I don't know if you guys could take on. I think she'd be a proper.
I think the two of us probably not, but if we had the other two, maybe.
I think so. She's a 10th level adventurer who's just as well equipped as you guys. So it'd be a good fight, but
it would be a damn good fight, and we'd definitely have some problems. But
it'd be a really fun fight, but we'll see how it goes. If you guys are gonna get into a fight, I'm gonna stop it right there, and then we're gonna figure out a way to solidify it with the rest of the party.
Yeah.
That's all. I'm not gonna tell you no,
so-
though.
Let's see. I'm thinking. So none of them are looking over here. So if we weren't able to get there over to like that ridge silently, like they wouldn't be able to notice us, would we? Would they?
Is that that's a me question?
Yeah.
Not particularly. The goblins, I would say, wouldn't be able to notice you. They're
The hobgoblins are probably a little more perceptive, and the wargs might smell us.
I'd still have you guys make a stealth check against the passive perception of all the creatures.
That's fair.
That's pretty much it. Goblins have the passive perception of a fucking of a
Gnat, so yeah.
Yeah. So
They don't have one, basically.
right. It's not the goblins you got to worry about. It's the wargs.
Yeah, the wargs might be able to hear or smell us or something. If we were able to get over there without, like, sound, would you wager advantage because they're not looking in this direction?
Easily.
Mentioned?
Easily.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna get over there, and then on your mark of the bright light, I suppose. Then let me just measure something out here.
I just think of whenever you said that, I thought of Beatrice from fucking ReZero.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a cloudy night or a moonlit night?
Partly cloudy. Part.
Is the moon visible at the moment?
It is partially.
Okay.
Most of it is.
I am going to cast Misty Step to get over there.
Okay.
I'd like to fly about 100 feet into the air. Actually, I'm sorry, 60 feet into the air, and kind of position myself opposite wherever the moon is.
Your total
Stealth at
total free advantage here. The at the rate you're going, that at the rate the clouds are moving, the moon's bound to be uncovered within seconds.
Okay. I mean, I'm not trying to like match up with it. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not silhouetting myself against it and becoming more visible or anything.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. I gotcha.
And
You're
they
free.
pulled the 16 on stuff.
You're free to do as you please on that one. 16 on stealth.
Yeah.
Okay, let me run things through real quick before I give you.
Wargs might notice me. They might be perceptive enough, actually. I would not be surprised if they are. I've not used wargs personally.
9 to 10. None of the creatures notice you.
Wonderful.
Let me check one more creature. Aha, none of the creatures notice you.
Oh, including the lizard, I'd imagine.
Including the lizard's fucking clueless.
Interesting.
Is this cage solid or is it like bars?
It's
It's got to be bars, right?
It's bars, but also you see stuff protruding in. Now that you're actually up and able to look pretty nice, you got a good angle now. Both of you have a better angle. You're closer and you're higher. You could tell with the now, kind of with the way the shadows cast it, there's actually wooden spears tied into it, so that way if the creature tries to bash the cage, it will stab itself.
I see.
I suppose I gotta get this party
Broken
started.
yourself out of here. It's time to get the party started indeed, my friend.
So I'm going to sort of glance up towards where the moon is behind the clouds and sort of, I suppose, just make some arcane gestures, and the moon will begin to get brighter and brighter and start to glow with even more daylight. And its column begins to form, beaming down onto the camp. It just gets harsher and harsher until it begins to actually scorch the goblins within it with a radiant energy.
What's the area?
30-foot radius, 40-foot high, I believe.
Uh,
So let me draw a
Like
circle.
fucking cylinder.
Yeah.
Go ahead and draw a circle. It's is that poor lizard in the middle of it?
Might be.
No, I think you would probably try and draw it around the lizard.
That's a square.
That's a square.
That is a square.
I only see.
I can
draw
make
shape.
you.
Oh, hold Alt for circle there.
Yeah, hold Alt for circle and then Shift to snap to grid, and you can get.
And,
Yeah, this thing is. Is it 30-foot radius or 30-foot diameter?
radius. It's fucking enormous.
This thing is fucking huge.
Oh my
man.
god.
Yeah.
So
I'm trying to make it even bigger, right?
the goblins do notice that it's getting.
And they're taking damage from this, so I hope they notice it.
Well, they notice it getting better, and you hear as they look up, and the hobgoblins are like, they look up like, what the fuck? Who turned the lights on? That's the facial expression they have.
Like they're about to get fucking cooked alive.
Pretty much. How much damage does it do?
40, 10 on a failed con save, half that on a successful one.
Okay. Remember, you can use physical die if you like.
I actually don't own a single set of dice. I'm a heretic.
You're a heretic. I'm gonna
Yeah, I'm also very heretical.
roll the Constitution per species. That's just kind of how I usually do it. If I have different species in a fight.
Per species.
Goblins fail. Hobgoblins fail.
Oh, they're fucked. What spell is this? I'm curious.
The one orc fails.
Because this isn't Flame Strike.
No, it's called Dawn. It's from
Oh,
Xanthars.
it's dawn, not daylight, right? Yeah, dawn.
So everybody that fails takes 23 radiant damage.
23 radiant damage. That is a dead ass hobgoblin. Dead ass hobgoblin. Dead ass goblin. Dead ass goblin. Dead ass goblin.
Yeah.
Dead ass goblin. Dead. Dead. And
That one warg might also fucking catch this heat.
no, I didn't want to make it. That warg is not feeling good. This goblin's also dead. He was just barely in range. This goblin panics.
Fair enough.
It runs this way.
As this is launching, Nardum would like to kind of launch into something as well here.
Okay, so
But
yeah.
worth noting, this is maintained. This is a concentration spell, and so
Oh Jesus!
it's not
fuck.
going away.
Dawn is horrifying.
Oh,
Jesus.
What the
only
fuck?
reason I've never actually used it on any of my clerics is because it's too fucking big to manage for me.
Yeah, I don't like how big
I
it is,
always
to
have
be
like a
honest.
fighter and a barbarian in the party, and I'm like, yeah, I don't really want to drop this on the enemies because then the fucking fighter and barbarian just don't get to do anything.
Alright. This goblin is going to fucking book it. Where's my measure tool? You though, you have something to do, right?
Yeah, Nardum, seeing this brighter moonlight, is going to. I'm going to activate. I think I'm going to use the Phase Rift here. I'm going to like. Do I? I'll have to updo that. I'm going to activate Phase Rift with an increased range at him.
What's Phase
oh,
Rift
that's just-
D?
Yeah, the D is. It stands for damage because I have two versions of these in my thing. One of them has all of the special stuff that I get to know, and one of them is for the other players. I'm going to roll the damage on this now. He needs to make me a dexterity saving throw as I tear through space-time towards him,
Holy
leaving a
shit.
rift behind me.
What kind of homebrew nonsense is this?
Yeah. Welcome to the homebrew nonsense, my friend. This is actually really high damage for this spell as well. This is effectively a cantrip.
What happens is it heals, and you have goblin gook all over you now.
Oh, it worked! Wonderful! That increases that, and as I'm doing this, kind of what happens is Nardum, like, looks up towards the goblin, and you see almost a blue spectral version of himself, with some minor differences, leap forward towards this goblin, and then Nardum is dragged forward, leaving this weird kind of, tear behind him, looking kind of like space? Before it quickly collapses as I end my turn.
Christ, this is way more manageable.
Phase Rift, boys. Here, I'm gonna send the full version in GM so you can see exactly what
No,
I just
climb.
did there. I used the long version. I upgraded its range with the long.
Gotcha. Okay. I figured this would be a very powerful class no matter what, just because of the nature of...
It's pretty. I think it's gonna be pretty powerful because of especially the way I've built it. But I don't get stuff like extra attack. Like, I get to do that once per turn kind of thing. And it does cost me resources to try and, like, upgrade it.
So is it more like a sorcerer kind of thing?
It is very sorcerer. It's gonna be very, like, nuke-y.
Gotcha.
It's gonna be very nuke-y.
Okay, that makes sense. So, okay, so this class, just like sorcerer, things that outlast and have resistances and that are anti-burst are...
Yeah.
Okay, that, you know what, that's a really good direction to take that type of class, actually.
I am also vulnerable to stuff like, Dispel Magic and Counterspell, despite its nature. Although, people have disadvantage on trying to Dispel or Counterspell unless they know the same things I do.
Got you, so unless you
I actually have a whole thing built up I can send you.
And it's fine.
It's
it's better learned whenever I'll actually read the thing. You sent it to me, I'll have to read it. Hey!
Yeah.
Shut up, dude. You have been whining all day. Go over into the dog room and go whine over there, where you were happy. Alright, we are going to roll initiative for the warg.
Oh, I just built a tiny square because I'm a moron. Just get rid of that tiny square. There's a few more tiny squares in here from like forgetting to get off of the fucking draw shape tool. I know there's
No, climb.
2 other. One by
I
the
assume we are rolling initiative as well.
Mm-hmm.
bug.
Okay, how do I make this token roll
Not super
initiative?
great at initiative, but
How do I
I
make this?
changed my mind. Oh, I forgot to turn off to GM. That's my
Okay, how do I make this? How do I make this creature? How do I make this climb token do initiative?
So click the token you want and
Uh-huh.
pull up its sheet. There should be a little initiative button next, like a dice button.
Uh,
20 with INIT in there.
mm,
Assuming you have like the
this is
full
this.
20 sheet properly set up.
I don't think I have access. So this token I made. So I don't know how to manually enter a creature's.
Right click the token,
Okay.
and then at the very top of the little right click menu, there should be add initiative.
Aha!
And then you could just manually roll its initiative and add that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Now you kind of whiffed your initiative there.
Yeah, I'm going slow. Actually, I get to add a D8 to that because a Twilight Collective hasn't given it to somebody else.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, 6
Changes nothing.
Oh.
You could have potentially gone before one of the wargs, and you...
Oh well.
So surprise round's over. It is now. You can shut your little mouth. It is now
Proper turn.
the turn of the gentleman.
He's fast. He continues his onslaught.
We got a lot
I
of
think
dapper
I'm gonna end up
people.
doing the same fucking thing, actually.
Be careful, that poor. Oh, the lizard's panicking. By the way, it says ah.
Yeah, it's
Like,
freaking out,
almost-
I'd imagine.
It sounds a little bit like a baby screaming. Like
It's
almost.
losing its mind. Fair enough.
It's fucking freaking out.
Do I drop the stinky on them, or do I just phase rift again?
Do
I
you
think I'm
drop
gonna
the
phase rift.
stinky on them?
Yeah, do I drop the stinky on them? I've got some pretty cool spells up here I could drop, but I think I'm just gonna go for another rift.
I'll say these guys
Um,
aren't too strong, so.
I get both of these in the rift. What's this inclination like here, like on this ridge here? Could I stand on like that square?
Yes, but you would have. I'm gonna say because of. I would say you'd have disadvantage on.
Attack rolls.
Your footing. Yeah, your footing wouldn't be the best, but. I wouldn't, because you're not. Do you use a weapon or do you're gonna use that spell, aren't you?
I use a rapier as well as my like abilities like this.
Okay, I'd say attack rolls and dexterity saving throws are something you're not gonna find
Be
easy.
great at.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna stay on that square for very long. 1, 5, 10, 15 up here.
But the first 5 feet, yeah, you can manage it.
Yeah, and I'm
And those.
on this wall, and I'm going to jump forward towards the warg, and you once again see that blue spectral force slam through it as Nardum is then torn through it with the spatial rift again. I'm going to drop the phase rift on him.
It's like the way I look at it, it's like
that is a lot of damage.
it's like how Pike, you know how in League of Legends how Pike can stun people,
Yeah.
except for instead of the animation being instead of it also leaves behind that Vel'Koz rift open.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I imagine it. The spectral version shoots back to you, or was it rather you shoot back?
The spectral version goes forward, and then I shoot towards it.
Okay, so
as this warg needs to make me a dex save.
fuck, dude. My dice hate being the bad
15
guy.
damage on a fail. On a success, he takes, I think, nothing.
What's the save?
I don't have the DC 17
Okay.
dexterity.
Fails.
Yeah, he takes 18 damage, and I will use my bonus action in the middle. As I'm being torn through it, I'm driving the rapier into it as well. That will cost my bonus action. Does a 28 hit? That was damn near a crit.
Yes, it does. I don't think you quite needed to ask that one, but alright. I appreciate you being polite about it.
That's 10 damage.
Alright, that
I
warg...
don't know wargs, man. They might be impossible to hit. Who knows?
That warg actually gets, like, anime-style split. It just fucking
Split
falls
in
apart.
twain.
Yeah. It just fucking
Oh, it's
falls
been a while,
apart.
but it's just as effective as I remember it being. And I will flourish my rapier and point it at the other warg as I end my turn.
This thing is just absolutely fucking confused. These things don't run, do they? No,
We
it's
started off this fight with Colin dropping the fucking beans on these people.
dropping the beans.
Giving
Oh,
them the beans, and then Nardum comes over and splits a warg in half.
oh my fucking.
I like this party already, even just the two of us.
So the warg is going to run on instinct, and oh yeah.
Oh, this poor what he's getting into. He's running right into the dawn radius like a fucking moron.
He already was in it.
Well, yeah, but he's just running further into it.
Eh.
He made it out.
Oh yeah, he can easily make it out, and he's fucking gone.
Poof.
He
No more warg.
he proper he proper blitzed it. He used the dash action, gone.
Well, if he dashed, that means he didn't disengage, did he?
No, attack of opportunity, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna stab at him as he's getting away from me.
Sure.
Oh, that wasn't supposed to be an advantage, my bad. I just realized I've still got that turned on. Does a 23 hit, though?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is 13 damage. And as I put this final stab into him, you would notice that same blue spectral kind of force
Mm-hmm.
that was doing the spatial rift is kind of popped out of Nardum's back and is kind of trying to grab onto his head.
Grab onto Nardum's head?
Yeah, the spectral force is like trying to grab onto Nardum's head, but he's kind of trying to get out of the way.
Good lord.
All of this has an explanation.
Alright. Well.
And none
Yeah,
of it is
now I
actually mechanical.
fucking...
All of that spectral force stuff is flavor, and I love it.
Yeah, now I fucking roll a 20. Yeah. Hey, yeah, me putting the die down just for the sake of putting it down.
Fucking roll 20 straight
Right.
up, just like, oh,
Me.
motherfucker.
Me rolling for the wargs. 5s, 4s, 3s, 12, a 10.
Puts the dice down. Natural 20!
Yeah. Alright, that is all the monsters. Unless you count this little fucking dog.
Is he a monster? Is he a bastard?
He's just loud. Anyway, the lizard is clearly panicked.
Well,
It's proper.
we're given that vial, but I don't know if I want to use it until he's out of that cage, because I don't want him to, like, ram himself into the side of it and stab himself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna drop concentration on that beam.
Giant fucking cone of your fucked butt.
You fucking Death Start these assholes!
Yeah, I thought my class was going to be pretty powerful after those first few rolls. Like that, this was really high damage output for my my rolls as well. You'll notice I rolled like max damage on the 1d8 and a 5 on the d6. But then you dropped fucking Dawn on these fools.
It's a fifth level spell slot. If we didn't nuke a bunch of goblins with it, I'd be disappointed.
Honestly, fair enough, man. That shit's horrifying.
He said, fire on Alderon, and all the fucking dudes died. Oh shit. Are you mad? Are you angry?
So, we have a good means of destroying this outer edges of this cage.
Yeah, honestly, with as long as you're strong enough, you can kick it. You can kick it in. It'd take a minute, but there's also a wood splitting axe nearby.
Ah.
These goblins seem to understand how to camp.
I have a really good athletics score, believe it or not. Really insanely good, so I'm gonna
I
go
do
over to the
not.
wood splitting axe.
Yeah, yeah. I imagine that the fairy cleric.
Are we out of initiative?
Yes.
I would like to, while he's sort of sorting out the cage, I want to see if I can calm this thing down by, like, soothing it.
With what?
Animal handling, I guess.
Yeah, make an animal check.
I'll use a druid craft to just summon a few berries. Like, not like good berries or anything, just regular berries in my hand. Sweet. Not proficient, but I got a badass wisdom score, so. There we go, 21.
Oh, 21!
Tog.
21?
Tog.
Yeah, it looks at you with one of its eyes, and it looks at, Nardum with the other eye. It brings its tongue, and it does the gecko, like, for the berries, and starts munching on it. And just slowly begins eating it. Just eats it real slow.
Seem to know your way around animals there.
Comes naturally to my kind.
It's still nervous, but it's less nervous.
Cool.
Alright, let's see if we can get you out of that cage. Hey, little fella? Well, I'll have to try and be gentle with this. Well,
You know that like stock noise that they always have like baby dragons make? That
Yeah.
yeah,
That's the noise he's making.
yeah. It like makes little
Well-
groans and shit.
I'm gonna see if I can use this woodcutter's axe to kind of like cut the top of the bar and then the bottom of the bar, so that we could just like pull the bar off and then do that for all of the bars and just have them walk out the side of the cage.
That doesn't take long actually. That didn't take long at all. What's your strength score?
My strength score is a 10, but I have a plus 13 to athletics.
Oh, what?
There are very good reasons for this, and I could press a button and show you all of the reasons.
As long as you got receipts, I don't care.
Yeah, here is my receipt. It's this. I also have this for expertise in athletics.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, I took expertise in athletics, and then I did that, so I use my not strength score for athletics.
Interesting. This class is kind of cool.
I am a big fan of it, and I am kind of worried it's going to end up being overpowered, because then I wouldn't want to use it ever again, but, like, we'll just see, right?
If it ends up being overpowered, trust me, I'll start busting out that shit that you guys. I'll start busting out my actual. I'll stop using Monster Manual. I'll start using the creative.
Guide.
I'll start using Tome of Beasts.
Oh god. Yeah, I think as well, like, if it does end up being too powerful, like, we can just nerf a few things, because I'd rather not have you, like, go really quite ham on the monsters, because then the others might not be able to keep up. And by others, I mean literally anybody but Colin, or, I keep forgetting how to pronounce your name.
Colin.
Yeah.
Colin. You will probably be able to keep up regardless, because the cleric is the most powerful fucking class in 5th edition. You cannot change my mind. They are the only class at 20th level that could literally ask a god to do something for them, and they would.
The Way of the Four Elements monk exists, so what are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot about the Way of the Four Elements monk. Oh boy. That thing's so powerful. Even the dog doesn't like the Way of the Four Elements monk.
Fair enough.
Ow! Little bastard!
He brought up Way of the Four Elements monk and the dog went hostile. That's great. That's fucking great.
What? Are you mad? What? Are you mad? Are you angry? You anger boy?
Yeah, he's like, you guys brought up the Way of the Four Elements monk. Let me get. I got it. You gotta stop. You gotta stop.
Oh, fuck. Speaking of clerics, at one point, in my first campaign, one of the first campaigns I've DM'd for, the cleric, like, literally asked his god, hey, can you give my buddy here a magical item that lets him turn into a dragon? And, like, I was a newer DM, so he's like, no, the god has to comply. I'm like, you sure about that? He's like, yeah. I'm like,
I'm sure rules is written, it's just replicating spells with divine intervention.
yeah.
Well, that is what is.
you can guaranteed replicate a spell, like similar to how Wish works, where like you can always replicate an 8th level or lower without risk of losing Wish or anything like that. But like with Divine Intervention, that the same thing applies, but you can also ask for more. You can be like, hey, could you teleport us all out of this dangerous situation?
Yeah.
As long as the DM deems it reasonable, you know, the god's like, fuck it, why not?
Yeah. So what he did was...
Especially because it is a once-a-week spell and not like a once-a-day thing. It is
Yeah.
once a week.
And so we did something really cool where, if he drinks that, his blood is enchanted, but he has to drink it out of an enchanted chalice, which stays within the family. So only his bloodline can do this, where if he drinks blood that has been in the his blood from his body that has been in the chalice, he takes a full drink, he can turn into a dragon for a minute.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
So depending on his age will depend, and then he also has the life force of a dragon.
Span of a dragon, and that determines what dragon he becomes.
Whether it's his age will determine how powerful his draconic side is.
I see.
His entire family can do it too, and they are kings of an entire they are rulers of an entire continent. And they are playable by any player. You just gotta follow the rules. You also have to have access.
Follow the damn rules.
Yeah, essentially it turns out really well because if you don't play the campaign on the continent, you have a limited number of uses of becoming a dragon.
Yeah, because eventually
You run out.
run out.
It's literally you can't quite spam it because you'll literally run the fuck out. At the same time, there's
the blood.
Yeah. At the same time, you can't pull a fucking edgy vampire and just like cut yourself and just go.
Yeah, I need more blood. Blood for the blood gods.
All right. So what do you guys want to do next? The lizard is freed, secured. It is still very, very nervous. It doesn't know what to think of you, but it knows what to think of the fairy. Kind of hunkers and looks at the fairy.
Just a few more snacks for it.
You notice actually that it has a small wound on its shoulder. It made the mistake of trying to bash its way out.
Yeah.
It's not too bad, but it still is hurt.
You wouldn't happen to have any type of healing that would work on this thing, would you?
A first aid kit would also suffice.
I don't have a healer's kit, unfortunately.
I'll kind of just sort of flutter right above its head and do sort of a soothing or ethereal leaves almost, and they flow from my hand into the wound. I'll just healing word it.
Okay. It sneezes.
It sneezes. The fucking course it sneezes.
And it kind of...
It is 1d4 plus...
It's alright. It's alright.
So casting ability mod. Okay, so wisdom, not plus proficiency as well.
Your cube check?
I don't know
Okay.
if I mentioned
9 healing.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
When when I was doing the wood cutting for the cage, it wasn't actually Nardum doing it. It was that spiritual thing you saw, but he was kind of standing there. He had to be close by to it.
Okay. That's really cool. You're gonna get lots of questions from the other two about that.
I sure am, and I'm gonna love it.
Yeah, I think out of everybody, I'm the most cool with that kind of thing, because, like, you know, spirit nonsense happens all the time where I come from.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
For you, you're like, hey, it's spirit nonsense, whatever. And?
And?
What's next? With the other two are gonna be, what the fuck is that thing?
Alright, so, the lizard is free.
Right.
You guys want to take it back to the tavern? You guys can either...
If it follows us willingly, then, yeah.
I mean, are you guys gonna travel all night? This thing is tired. It probably won't follow you all night. It'll probably...
Up here.
It has been up all day, and it's probably been fighting for its life all day. I reckon we get a night's sleep at some point.
I have a plan to go to our camp, so...
Oh, wonderful.
Alrighty. How do you guys camp out for the night?
Step 1, I gather up 5 of those goblin corpses, raise them as zombies, and...
Oh,
instruct
Jesus
them
Christ.
I forgot about that! Oh, Christ.
Stand watch for us.
How long does the spell last?
Fucking
24 hours, or if I recast it tomorrow, I can keep having them.
Wow.
Oh my god!
Motherfucker really just busted out the "I'm gonna gather 5 corpses and raise them as zombies" casually. Like you didn't even flinch when you said that. Like,
That's kind of the thing, right? I'm going for like.
fair enough, man. I'm loving it.
juxtapositions
I'm
are really-
absolutely loving it, man.
You guys
So, yeah,
are
you
awesome.
kind of somehow haul these goblins into a line, like head to toe.
Make them do a conga dance.
They start to be entwined by like roots and vines, and then flowers begin to sort of sprout through their skin and like eye holes and mouth, and sort of shamble to their feet.
Paladin, know you can do that?
Yeah.
I think he does. I
Yeah.
did it yesterday.
Paladins aren't the biggest fans of undead. I'd make sure he's not gonna kill you over it.
No, there's ethical concerns, but goblins are barely
Oh,
sentient.
goblins are barely creatures, you're right. So,
There's
I would
ethical
never dream of
concerns.
doing it with a human corpse.
yeah, that's good to hear.
What was the last thing you resurrected before this?
It was the troll.
Okay.
The trolls are arguably in the same category as goblins when it comes to sentience. Maybe even worse.
Colin is just racist against the lesser races, huh?
Oh, that's the whole thing, is the Summer Court waging a war against goblins. And so I've been,
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
That's
Oberon.
probably why you didn't want to negotiate with these goblins at all.
oh no, yeah, I'm
All right.
a
Well,
religious zealot to an extent.
so you guys do have the option of going out to the Goblin HQ, but you don't know where it's at. On the other hand, your amigo does know where it's at. Your friend,
The merchant?
yes, he knows. He knows exactly where it's at.
Well, if we spend some time, I can also find out where it's at. I have ways of making things talk to me.
This is true.
This is true.
Cleric is so much fun. There are so many spells that I would never
Oh,
take
yeah,
on
no,
a regular
cleric is-
character.
I'm telling you, Cleric is the most powerful 5th edition class. Everybody's like, oh, the Paladin's kind of OP because of Smite, but it's balanced out by the fact that it needs 3 stats instead of 2 like everything else. And nobody looks at the Cleric and realizes that it's a fucking god.
I will say, I
Everybody
thought
looks at the
Speak
Cleric
with
and
Dead
goes,
was
yeah, that's the
original.
healer, he heals. It's like, no, he doesn't. He will kick your ass.
He will
You
kick
do it in
your
the
ass.
morning, though, because I have to switch it out. I don't have Speak with Dead prepared. And so,
Yeah, well, we are going to spend the night, so might as well just,
spend some time getting new spells. And my zombies stand watch for me.
Christ. You guys are great. All right, well, the next day rolls around. The lizard, you can feel hot breath on your face, Cullen. Hot lizard breath. It smells like
hot
bugs.
lizard breath.
I am not a
Yummy.
snack.
It smells like bugs and it smells like bugs and rotten
And
meat.
berries. Because you fed it berries.
And a hint of berry. But that nasty dragon breath is nasty.
Tis morning time, I suppose.
So, you two, are you going to interrogate those dead bodies?
Yeah, I suppose. I rose 5 of them, and so
Let
plenty
me,
left. Yeah, but I think a hobgoblin probably a good option.
yeah.
Considering they're more in charge.
Let me make sure. Let me pull up the spell Speak with Dead. That's what you're gonna use, right?
No, I'm just gonna poke the corpse until it started making noises.
Yeah. Just keep poking it. Tell me what you know! Take me to your leader!
I'm gonna take you serious. Are you actually just gonna keep poking
No,
it?
we're speaking with it.
Okay. You'd
Yeah,
be
I'm
surprised what people have told me they're going to do and actually do it. So, I've had people actually just do that and attempt to interrogate it till it actually fesses up.
Yeah, just keep poking it until it fesses up. I forgot that Speak with Dead was an action.
I'm kind of salty it's not ritually castable.
Yeah,
You know what?
that's.
Fair enough. I am kind of salty about that too now.
I agree with that actually. That it should be a ritual.
That
At
should be
any rate,
original.
I got spell slots to fucking throw around. I'm not
Yeah, you've got spell slots to spare, bud. You're cleric. Come on now.
So yeah, I'm gonna,
Can't you turn your Channel Divinity into spell slots after Tasha's as well?
yeah, I don't want to though. My channel ability is
Yeah,
good.
because your Channel Divinity kicks ass, but you know.
Oh wow! All right, go ahead and go. You can ask. You have 5 questions for the corpse. And last I checked, it doesn't have the spell does not make it answer truthfully, nor does it have to be particularly helpful.
That is true. Sadly.
Because it is still its corpse. Go ahead.
Well, it's only not truthful if it recognize. Well, it can be not truthful whenever it wants, but it typically only is not truthful if it's hostile. And I don't think they know that Colin was the one that killed them.
Yeah, but they might not like me just on the virtue of our races being enemies.
That's fair, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
No,
this
that part. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Like, obviously, Nardum wouldn't be able to speak with them because he killed one of them, like himself, and you know. But I don't think either of us are super fit to communicate with dead goblins, huh?
Well, I wonder, is it considered an undead? Like, do charm person shit work on it while you're doing Speak with Dead?
It's dead.
Only animating its spirit, so I don't think so.
Son of a bitch. Okay. Let's see what his says.
No, you can't charm this.
No dice.
No dice.
Well, question 1 for this corpse. We're just gonna give it a shot. Where is your leader encamped?
In a castle.
How do I travel to this castle?
By walking.
That's a smart ass cowboy. I'm gonna look at Nardar.
You're gonna what?
I'm gonna pause for a moment and look over.
Nardum.
How do we,
There's a little smirk on the hobgoblin's face. It knows what it's doing.
You're supposed to be
Flame
dead.
strike
You
its
can't
core.
smile.
It's for flavor, you know.
I know, but
Giving-
still, Nardum looks down at it like you're breaking the spell's rules, fuckhead.
Alright, Nardum. It's giving cryptic answers.
Of course.
How can we word this so that it cannot weasel its way around?
In what cardinal direction and how far away is the castle that you've previously described?
Alright, I'd like to repeat that back to it.
West, 2 days travel.
What landmarks mark the path to the castle?
Why do you want to know?
So that we can avoid it.
It looks and it says,
I'm gonna just.
and it honestly, and that it came with a genuinely, that was like genuine of like.
He's never been, has he? He's just a proxy hobgoblin.
Well,
I think we've
didn't
gotten the information we need for it, though.
We got one more
have
question.
my zombie tear apart the corpse that has been chatted with.
Christ.
If we need to interrogate more goblins, I could ask a buddy of mine to help us next time.
No.
I'm gonna float down
Perhaps
its
that could
cliff
go
a little
better.
bit.
I forgot how useless spirits can be.
Yeah, especially if they're not particularly friendly to you. Hobgoblins and goblins especially. I mean, especially after we just, murdered them.
Well, you did get some good info out of it.
Well, that
2
could
days
lie.
west.
2 days west
If it's a
travel.
castle,
Let's get this
I
lizard
imagine
home
it can't
first.
be that hard to find.
Yeah, it's a castle.
It's relatively flat land, by the way, but it's a little hilly, but not enough for a castle to like be overshadowed by.
Suppose merchant
Let's
would be
get this
wanting it.
lizard home then.
I will
Maybe
say,
somebody back at Tavern will know where this is as well. We can double check our info, Because I'm not familiar with the spell, but can they lie to you, the spirits?
unfortunately they can.
Well, perhaps we'll ask around back at the tavern.
Yes, I'd rather be done with this whole errand boy nonsense. Find it beneath me.
Yeah, but you don't seem too fond of goblins. I'm sure you'd be happy to take an encampment of them off the map, no?
Yes, that's, to be honest, why I agreed to this.
Fair enough.
Our goals aligned. The lizard
I'd
is...
be happy to join you on your anti-goblin escapade.
Oh, do you represent any sort of group or kingdom or coalition of sorts?
Not particularly. Just
I mean,
looking
that
for
would be-
information on a specific subset of things, archaeology. That of spirits, actually. It's kind of funny that you're able to communicate with them.
Oh shit, I'm gonna DM you later about a contact that you are looking for. I forgot to mention
Okay.
to it earlier.
Okay, yeah. I've caught wind of somebody that might know some of these things, but the name eludes me once again. My memory's a little shot, but it still works, I suppose. Let's
Here.
get back to the tavern, ask around. Maybe the merchant knows. He said he pays his taxes to this chimera.
I think he mentioned something about that, though, to be honest, I paid him little attention.
And that's why I paid him much attention. You didn't pay much attention to him. I can handle it. And I'll try not to drone on and like last time, I suppose. And, I believe we will just head back to the tavern. And if the lizard doesn't really wish to follow us, then I suppose we can employ the use of that vial.
I think the lizard has established a bit of comfortability with us, hopefully.
The lizard isn't following you guys right now.
Ah. Well, he said this vial might help. I don't remember if he said I don't think we had to open it up, even. And Nardum pulls out the vial.
You see its eyeball glance at the vial, and it goes, takes a big whiff, and then blinks, but with only the one eye, as it watches the high ridge with the other eyeball.
It's a prey species by the looks of things. Counter-rotating eyeballs
You
will look in many directions at once.
you see it sling its tongue over to the treetop, just on top of the tent, and swallow up a dragonfly.
Does it seem interested in the vial yet? Or is it just kind of staring?
It's just kind of staring at you, seeing what you do next.
Perhaps he should open the vial. It operates off of smell.
Tiniest crack. I will pop it open for like a second and then immediately cork it closed.
It fucking rushes you. It gets caught in one of the tents. It gets caught in one of the tents and falls down the cliff. It's wrapped up in a tent right now.
Whoa, buddy.
It says,
Bring it
"Eh!" It's panicking.
Help me get this thing unwrapped, please. Oh, little buddy. Let's get you back to who you belong.
It's heavy breathing. You can hear it just heavy breathing and just breath coming off its nose.
I'm gonna try and wrestle this tent out from over top and like around it and whatnot.
Its claws tear through the carapace, and it eventually all comes free, but it is very, very much so now. It attempts to lean on you, but you end up just falling a little bit, and it stops, realizing that it can't lean on you.
I'm not quite sturdy enough to be
Yeah.
leaned on.
Yeah, and so it heals it in a perfect heal, and
Alright.
it puts one eye forward and one eye looking at you.
Let's come along, little buddy.
That
Well,
one,
up to the tavern.
the one eye not looking at you also just scans the area. All right, you guys head up to the tavern. The lizard gets in front of the broken cart nice and comfortably. I'll move you guys. Bloop,
Wonderful.
bloop. There you are.
Wunderbar.
Stashed my zombies. Kind of in a little, covered wooded area.
Yeah, you still have them.
Get them all to lay on the fucking floor somewhere.
How long has it been? How many days was it? Less than a day's travel, correct?
It was, yeah. It was less.
Yeah, so they're still going.
Yeah, so it's midday-ish now, because you guys left morning. It's midday, maybe halfway through the afternoon.
So you've probably got like another 8 hours with those zombies.
Yeah, and then I can just re-up the spell if I want.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, you guys are back at the inn at the crossroads.
Wonderful. I will enter in through the doors.
Emerald sees you enter. She goes, we forgot to do something with you. She looks really fucking excited.
Oh boy, I know what she's talking about.
She gets
Oh, should I
she
be
gets a
concerned?
bottle and a shot glass out. You need to take a
Oh,
drink.
boy. Give me one moment to finalize our contract with the merchant, please.
She goes, you're gonna have to take a drink. Trust and believe. It's gonna be a great time.
I will take a drink when I'm done needing meaningful conversation. But I guarantee to you that that bottle will not leave me in any state for meaningful conversation.
You'd be wrong. She chuckles. Anyway, finish up what you're finishing up.
Good evening, my good sir. Or
Oh.
good afternoon, I suppose. Evening's
Ah.
just my favorite one.
I am to assume that my lizard is back.
Yep, he's out by your cart right now.
Oh.
I will set the vial out on the table.
Oh, and you didn't even use the whole thing. Oh, wonderful.
Have to use any of it as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, you just have to like crack it
I
open just a
barely
little.
cracked the cork of that thing, and it tore itself through a tent down a hill.
He chuckles. Yes, he was a very eager lizard. Honestly, he's gotten me out of so many dangerous situations. I originally wanted a feathered variant for invisibility, but he's
More
proven to be...
expensive than.
No, they just didn't have them. They were all already
Oh.
purchased. But he's been a very loyal. They're really hard to come by, and so they usually sell quick. Very rare.
Fair enough.
But I had the money for it. But he proved to be super useful. He's got his own talents. He's got a mutation. His eyeballs move a certain way.
Oh, like they move independently of each other?
Mm-hmm. He's been the
I
most.
thought that was something all of these lizard type things could do, because they're
Oh.
typically prey species.
Typically, the feathered ones have that trait, but this one is a non-feathered one and can do it.
Interesting.
It's weird. The breeder theorized that when one of their siblings hit them in the skull, it made their eye, the hole of their eye develop weird, so now they can throw instead of being just forward, they can throw them a little farther back.
Interesting.
AKA, his brain damage allows him to see better.
His brain damage do the seeing.
Exactly. He's not as intelligent as his siblings, but flighty as all hell, and to be honest, that's how I prefer it.
Yeah, get you out of a deadly situation real fast.
Exactly. Here's a sound. Get scared and we go. I understand
Well, I'm being beckoned over by a person who has called me to this tavern, so
Mm,
can't
might-
sit and chat for too long.
that. Might I say, meet me in Grand Unity, and I'll speak with the Merchants Guild to get you an item. You and your fairy friend, since you took such effort to aid me. I might even be able to speak with the breeder and get you all a lizard mount yourselves. Maybe even a feathered one.
That needn't be necessary. Well, maybe the fairy would be interested.
You say that, and if you are true adventurers, you will need space. They can crawl on walls,
Right.
and the lizard and the ones with the feathers are known for being very, very self-sufficient and obedient.
Well, we'll certainly consider it. Meet you in Grand Unity, you said.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, see if we can find the time to do that. I am looking for somebody, and I have a feeling that Grand Unity might be a good place to find them.
Oh. Do tell. I know many of connections in Grand Unity.
You might not have heard, but rumors of a man, Nekril, a wizard. You wouldn't happen to have heard of him, would you?
Can't say I haven't, but I have a friend in the Magic Isles who might be able to go up the chain and ask. Call that payment for getting my
Very
lizard?
appreciative of it.
Yes. Do you happen to have an enhanced sending stone with you?
Unfortunately, I don't.
You hear, how good of a catch are you from the princess?
I'm alright.
She fucking chucks a crystalline sending stone at you that has. Go ahead and make a dex check to catch it. I hope you don't catch it. God, I'm gonna iPhone. Oh!
5, but I'm gonna use knowledge from a past life to add 6 to that for a total of 11.
Okay. Let's see what her.
I got a 12 GM here, my bad.
Well, her throw was shit. And
Throw is shit, wonderful.
her throw was shit, and it fucking hits it hits the fireplace.
I had that if you actually aimed it at me instead of at the fireplace.
She goes, "I'm a princess. I throw like a girl." No, my bad.
Kiss my ass.
It was meant to be a stupid. She looks at you with the intentional face of clowning around. She goes, my bad. She goes, I'll consider tossing it actually next time. It's perfectly fine. It made this really disturbing clashing sound though. You notice that it's crystalline, but then it has little bumps on it that look like LED light bulbs. And 4 out of the 5 glowing green.
I presume this is the number of contacts I can have.
Mm-hmm. He goes, we will need to be in contact at some point. He goes, allow me to sync up the contact info. And he puts the 2 nodes together, light up green, and how they've been synced. He goes, you can go ahead and undo it when we're done talking. I'll get a hold of you via a bird or whatever.
Service?
Exactly. But since this information is fairly well, and you're not gonna really... Oh, so just so you know, the enhanced sending stones, it's essentially like old school cell phones. It's just you're able to communicate between a single master point and multiple synchronized devices, instead of just being able to call anybody.
Communications through this are monitored, so like illegal activities is harder to. Since they have to go through the master point.
Yes, as well as they can be tapped even if you do have a private line, they can be tapped. So like, the master point is basically, you can communicate to any master point, which is basically a anywhere where you do conference calls, because they use scrying and illusion magic in tandem in a very specific way that allows it to function like cell towers and cell systems. So if you're listening in through a master point, you can get eavesdropped on, which is why they don't really use it for covert things. It's mostly for the average person, just to get a hold of another person, or adventurers to keep a hold of each other in dungeons and stuff like that. An upgraded sending stone, and kids to get a hold of parents, stuff like that.
It's a shitty cell phone.
Yeah.
Solitude.
The quality is okay at best.
It's alright.
And if you're trying to call outside through a dungeon, it won't happen. But you can call within a dungeon.
You got no fucking service.
Yeah. But the real basic...
I'd imagine there's probably like, similar to like pirate radio, where there's like underbelly versions of these master points that have been like hacked together, and they're really difficult to get into unless you know the right people.
Maybe. I'm not going to say
They
that.
might exist. And if they don't, well, there's the idea, because that's a cool idea in my opinion.
They may or may not. You don't know that.
I don't know, but
well,
you know.
One of
now
your
you,
party,
as a DM, know if you didn't previously.
one of your
Just
party,
saying.
one of your party members might know. So she.
I don't. What are you? You say something? Anybody?
Anyway.
Hear that? Anybody hear something?
So the princess beckons you over.
All right, fine. Well, I wish you a good day, merchant.
My day will be plenty fine. Thank you so much.
All right. Let's see what this alcohol you've gotten for me is like.
So do you want to inspect it before she pours it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please.
You smell it, and it smells like all the things, everything at once.
Kind of recoil a little bit. Oh, that was unpleasant.
It was both. Yeah, it was overwhelming at first, and she goes, No, my bad. The smell. Sorry, I have to read up on it. The smell is that of like candy. My apologies. Sorry.
That is an odd smell for a drink.
She goes, pour it into the shot glass.
Ugh. I will pour a little bit into the shot glass.
It's like a liquid rainbow. It glistens like mercury, but it's a rainbow.
Are we sure this is fit for human consumption?
Yes. She giggles. Yes, everyone else has taken up to 5 drinks.
Oh boy, this will be something else, I'm sure. And I will take a drink from the shot glass.
All right, roll a D1000.
Oh God, I hate there. There's 867.
Hey, the rest of them had fun with it last time.
Oh boy, this is gonna be something.
Jacob took all 5 of the safe shots.
Safe and big fucking air quote. Swear to God, I'm gonna roll the one number that's just like you instantaneously have a fucking brain aneurysm. Die.
No, no, but the rest of you are divided by 0.
Oh my God.
I don't roll those in. Unless
Divided by 0.
Yeah.
Perish worm.
Alright, hold on. I need to do a little bit of Googling. Trust me.
That's never something you want to hear from the DM. I need to do a little bit of Googling. Dear God.
Okay, you know what? Let's do something I'm familiar. You learn the recipe. Like, just instantaneously, you gain the recipe to rice pudding. And all the ingredients manifest in your backpack. And you don't... you have the urge.
To make rice pudding?
To make it. And honestly, you don't feel... It's so strong that it's what you want to do right now.
Give me a moment. I don't know what the effects of the shot are, but I've got the ingredients of some rice pudding. Would anybody like some rice pudding? And I pull out the ingredients to rice pudding from the backpack.
You got loose rice in your backpack now.
Yeah, like just you know, like it's probably in a bag, but it'd be way better if it's just loose in there right now. It's a bag of holding as well, by the way. So he's like reaching arms deep in there and pulling out some ingredients.
It's loose.
I hope you guys are
It's loose. It's loose.
Just pulling out fucking handfuls of rice, dumping them into a bowl.
Yeah, no, you get to make a rice pudding. You know.
I'm not really feeling the effects of whatever this drink was.
She goes.
I'm hankering for rice pudding though. Well, maybe that's what it did. It made me hungry. I don't. Come to think of it, I don't remember ever making rice pudding in the past. Hold on a second. When did I learn how to make rice pudding?
She goes, that's the drink, baby. She goes, oh, take another one.
Drink taught me how to make rice pudding?
Yeah.
Why?
She goes, this is called the drink of many things. It was made by the deity Graz, the god of chaos. And it's honestly given out for free to adventurers to start their adventure in order to give a bit of spice.
Rice pudding?
Hey, everyone gets something different.
I'm still like making the rice pudding as I'm having this conversation, by the way.
She goes, rumor has it that one adventurer, instead of actually pooping, pooped 60 feet of rope a day.
Their body just metabolized rope.
She looks over at the
I mean,
fairy.
I'm sure that would be useful to some people, but
Comes out easier. But it's all 60 feet. It's a long time to be pooping.
that is a lot of rope. No thanks. Not really up for the rope, but
Colin,
not a fan.
Colin, would you like to explain what happened to you on your drink? On your two or three drinks?
So the first one gave me the knowledge that if I make a potion from my own blood, the potion will allow the drinker to find a small dinosaur statue nearby. It's very strange, and like it's a worthless statue. It's not magical, or it doesn't have any value.
It's just a small dinosaur statue. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see what there was. I didn't take all 5 because I am not a lunatic.
Jacob took all 5.
Oh, I have a man and a psychic genius horse as well. So a white horse that I don't know where it is. He kind of does his own thing, but he shows up, and he can talk to me.
It's a hornless unicorn, to be more specific.
It's very useful, and my companion Puck here. I don't know if you've met him.
Oh yeah, he's a
My
squire.
But he's been hanging around the inn. He doesn't do well in the wilds, you could say. But he now hates sailors. Though I suspect he might have hated them before. It's hard to tell.
Alright, you want to take another drink?
As long as I don't make more rice pudding. As I'm like stirring together some of the ingredients, you see like those blue spectral hands you saw Colin back at the thing. They like reach out of Nardum's arms like they were inside of him, and they grab his wrists and pull them away from the rice pudding. And he just looks down at them and goes, "What? What's the problem? I'm just making rice pudding."
The princess looks at you.
Psychic arms go back into his hands. Yeah, I can't complete this rice pudding.
I mean, it's actually really easy to make. You just kind of let it cool.
I'm just gonna dump the rice, like the rice bowl, into the fucking bag of holding at this point. Just push it in there. I'll clean that up later. That's a problem for future me.
Oh my god. Oh, relatable. Yeah, she pours another shot. Oh, another one?
Fine. What's the worst that could happen? Well, I could start shitting rope, I suppose, and then I take the shot.
I swear to God, if you roll,
Did I roll fucking 867 again? 163.
If you roll the shitting rope one, I'm gonna fucking lose it. Oh.
Shit rope. Oh god. One of these is going to be you cast Fireball as a 3rd level spell centered on yourself. I swear to God.
I need to cast Fireball as a 9th level.
You hear mew. You hear a mew in your pocket. A small kitten's mew.
The fuck? I'm gonna reach into my pocket.
You fall instantly in love with the kitten as though you're under a charm effect. No save.
I didn't need you to tell me that because I'm already in love with the kitten. So, you know. Oh, there's a cat in here. Look at it. It's a cat.
Anyone who sees the kitten for the first time is distracted for 1d4 rounds, taking disadvantage on any roll to pet the kitten. Afterwards, they make a DC 10 Wisdom save or be distracted again.
I'm sitting here and I'm just like.
And you know the kitten will do this, but you fucking love it.
I know the kitten will do this, but I don't care. Is it an indestructible kitten or is it just a kitten?
You know what?
Like, this is clearly a magically charged kitten.
Oh yeah. It's a magical creature.
The indestructible kitten.
I'm gonna consider it like an MMORPG pet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for the sake of, because like letting people's pets die kind of kills the mood a lot of times. So
yeah,
unless it's like
cat now. This is just the party's cat now.
Yeah, it's gonna stay forever a kitten, but it's as agile as an adult cat sometimes.
Sometimes when it feels like it. When
Yeah.
it's not taking a nap in my fucking bag of holding somewhere.
Right. It does need
That's
to...
one of the magical effects, is whereas normally you can find anything out of a bag of holding, the kitten can just choose not to be found.
Oh, she's starting the fucking Miata. I was like, what the fuck is that noise? It's a Miata trying to fucking come to life. Alright, would
You
you...
guys seen this kitten? I guess I should make my fucking wisdom save, huh? After a little bit. I suck at wisdom saves too, so...
It's alright.
Like, ironically enough, I have proficiency in them, but I also have a -1 wisdom score.
You can literally get in the middle of combat with Dragon. Look at this kitten!
The
Oh!
dragon's like, oh, I can't... Come on, dude.
That's how you
I
defeat...
failed my wisdom.
No, you don't make the wisdom save.
Doesn't it say any creature?
Anyone
That would
who's...
include me.
I'm gonna exclude you because you're hopelessly done for.
I'm already fucked.
Do you want to take another drink?
Let me just put this cat away real fast, and I will just
Mew!
set the cat on the table. I will open up the bag and be like, if you want to get in, you know, be my guest.
It kind of just falls in, kind of like, you know, like how goats, when they're afraid, they just kind of stiffen up and fall over.
He just kind of freezes and goes in the bag. Well, I'm never seeing that kitten again. That's a shame.
The
Good
kitten...
luck in there. There's some rice if you get hungry.
Oh, fuck!
I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna look at the shot glass. Rice pudding, kitten.
Holy fuck!
Pour me another one. Fuck it. Rice pudding.
There's some rice in there. The cat just attempts to eat rice.
Yeah, the cat. I like I said, that's a problem for future me because I'm not gonna have any rice anymore. I'm gonna have another shot.
Okay.
389.
All right.
Swear to God.
Jacob's gonna watch the VOD and lose his shit.
Yeah, his character's sitting here the whole time.
It's just hyper fixated.
In the meantime, I'm over here making rice pudding.
All right, 389. 389. You know this now. No matter what, you can break any mundane wooden object that you can hold over your knee.
Any mundane wooden object I can break over my knee, basically?
Yeah.
Huh.
So as long as you can hold it over your knee. So, a whole ass...
I can probably already do that, but yeah, I guess.
So, did you want to break a whole ass log? So as long as you can hold it.
As long as I can hold it, and I've got a really quite good athletics score, so there's a good chance I can hold it. He just stares at the door for a second. I have an inkling I could break almost everything in this tavern over my knee right now. As long as it's made of wood. I've gained the ability to break wooden objects.
Alright.
Maybe
I'm going to
don't.
use this power for good, not evil. I promise.
One,
With great power
2,
comes great
3. Alright.
responsibility.
Alright, you want to do another one?
Oh boy, here we go. You know I do. 530. What's 1,000 on this? I'm curious.
Hold on. Because someone rolled 1 and 1,000, and both end in your character having to be re-rolled.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I
That's
did.
lame.
My code DM made this, and I really just don't count 1 or 1,000. I try and reflavor it every time. I usually like 1 and 1,000. 1 and 1,000 are just roll again.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, because if it's like a re-roll a character, it's like, well, that's kind of lame.
Right. Oh shit. Okay. Roll again.
Oh, okay.
We're not re-rolling. You're rolling again.
This is scary. 512.
That makes it convenient for me. Okay. Okay. Alright. You don't know. But you will know when I tell you. Sorry. These are the
That one
kind.
didn't do anything, I don't think. No new knowledge, no cat in my pocket.
You knew it did something, but you don't know what it is. That's the thing. You always know it
Oh.
enchants you with something. You just don't know what it is.
I don't know what that one did.
Yes.
No cat. No. Oh, let me check my bag for rice pudding real fast.
Okay.
No, there's no rice pudding in here. I got nothing.
Do you touch the cat while you're in there?
I mean, if the cat is there, you know,
I
of
mean,
course.
okay.
It's the adorable cat that I'm madly in love with all of a sudden.
Yeah,
Of
before.
course I do.
Okay, so before you leave the bag, you pet the cat. And then the knowledge comes to you. The cat will turn red when it's hot and blue when it's cold.
We can make a blue cat. Oh my god. We can make a color changing cat.
But only when it's hot or cold. And since it's a neutral temperature,
It's just a regular black cat right now.
you know it'll happen, but the others don't. Alright.
I just look at the cat and I'm like, oh, okay. That makes sense. Close the bag and hold it. I know what that one does.
Alright.
That was what, my fourth?
Yep. You could drink
Oh,
more than
boy.
5, but I will warn you, you don't want to drink a 6th.
You don't want to drink. What, does it kill you?
I'd say it's a fate worse than death.
Oh, that's interesting. But I can have a 5th,
Mm-hmm.
and I kind of want to.
You've had the most interesting interactions so far.
But I have a 5th. 590.
Oh,
Man, I
wow.
rolled 3 of them in the 500 range.
You know what? This one's kind of lame. Re-roll it, and I'll see what the second one is, and I'll decide between which of the two.
83.
Couldn't be fucking farther away, could it?
Nope, it could not have been. I did have to roll double digits eventually.
That's ghetto as fuck.
This ends poorly, I have a feeling.
They aren't as fun as your last ones. I want one that's, you know what? It's not
Lives
as
up to
the hype. The drink sometimes does fall flat. You can dig a hole with a surprising amount of gusto.
can dig a hole with a surprising amount of gusto.
Roll it one more time. I want to see if we can get an interesting effect.
Let's see if we can get one that's... I got 626. This one's...
You can turn into
bound to be
Stitch.
good.
Oh, hell, okay, this is much better.
Oh, here we go.
This is much better and completely harmless and definitely fucking weird. Your joints are reversible.
I have completely reversible joints.
Yep.
I like
All
that.
of them?
Yeah.
Every joint.
Yeah.
I feel like I would get advantage on, like, getting out of manacles because of that.
Getting out of manacles?
Yeah, like, if somebody put me in handcuffs and you could completely reverse every single one of your joints, I have a feeling you would be able to do that really easily.
That depends on the handcuffs.
We'll have to see in the future if that comes up. I doubt it will.
I was gonna
I
say,
can also fold myself into a really good box because of that, because I can put my legs.
oh my fucking god,
backwards.
you're gonna be
I
the
could
freak.
become an expert contortionist. Boom. Just retire the character and make a living being a contortionist.
In a world of magic, this man can warp his body without magic. Yeah, no, they're pretty like, there are some pretty
wacky ones.
there's some pretty whack effects on here that just
Like
aren't entertaining.
67. Fucking, you have the sudden urge and ability to make rice pudding.
And resources. Okay, 1,000 is PC is divided by 0, dies.
Lame.
Give me a second. I also did not make, also I actually did not make this list, like Codium.
Yeah, you said.
Oh, never mind. 1 is not divided by 0 or the other one that ends your character. Instead, it's way better than that.
Oh, great.
One effect is PC has their teeth replaced with solid steel and can eat most mundane materials. This thing's awesome. I love this. All right. She looks at you and goes, "Well, what do you think?"
I didn't need the ability to make rice pudding, but I have the ability to now at any given time. I also have this cat, and I open up the bag of holding again, and I reach into the cat.
Mew. She goes, "Aww."
Adorable. Look at him.
Hold on. She goes, "Oh, that's really cute," and she looks away. She passed her wisdom save.
Damn.
Other patrons dump. They go, "Oh," all at the same time.
Yeah, there's a funny thing about this cat. If it's hot or it's cold, it changes color.
Really?
Yeah, if it's cold, it's gonna turn blue.
I feel
If
like
it's hot, it turns red.
I feel like Davin, if he were here, he'd like, "Let's try it out," and use a fucking ice spell on it or some shit.
Ugh, that bastard. Rat bastard.
Yeah, that is the drink of many things. That's what I like to start campaigns with often, and then just,
Fucking roll from there.
yeah, a lot of people end up forgetting that they have these little side effects, or if they don't forget, it ends up being really flavorful. Like, there's an effect that actually is super impactful. It's anytime you enter a building for the first time, the doors, you get magically kicked out. You open the door, take a step in, and you just get fucking yeeted. And
Damn it, fucking every goddamn time.
I had a rogue halfling that she was playing, and that happened to her. And if we forgot, she would just get ejected from the dungeon.
Like, alright, you enter the room, and suddenly, the rogue is no longer with you.
Right. Oh fuck, forgot this is a boss fight, isn't it? You get ejected out of the whole ass dungeon all of a sudden. Fuck me!
Shit!
And then they wait for her to come back.
Yeah, the boss of the dungeon's like, what the fuck was that? And the party's like, yeah, that happens sometimes. You guys want me to, like, wait? Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Just give her a moment, she'll be back.
Alright, so, you guys solved the issue of the lizard being captivated by, your ass little dude, by goblinoids.
Yeah, we retrieved the lizard. We did not solve the underlying problem.
No, you did not solve the underlying problem.
Oh,
What if we went up to Chimera?
Yes, we're hoping to sort this out once and for all, you could say.
Interesting. Who are you talking to about this?
The princess, I assume.
Oh. She looks at you and goes, "What problem?" The one the merchant had?
Raiding your villages and harassing your merchants.
Well, technically, Lady Chimera is out of my jurisdiction, and we are pretty close to the border. So and it gets really hard to manage things this far out. So if you were, and I can't officially condone this behavior, to find a way to get Lady Chimera to cut her shit out, I would benefit from that. But I can't condone any violence against her, because she is...
Out of your jurisdiction.
She is, at the same time, though, she's also a noble from the Elven Court out west. So, technically, the land that she has is considered Elven territory, which makes it a little difficult for me to just waltz a little army in.
You're telling me that the elves have no problem with her behaving this way, transforming herself into goblin?
She didn't transform herself into a goblin, but she is, cracking the whip, and the elves see that as a dominant. They're dominating the goblins, which is a satisfaction they enjoy. They think it's funny.
I think it'd be funnier if they weren't here anymore.
I concur.
So you couldn't waltz a small army in there, but what about a really tiny army, like
6 inches.
4 people?
4 people? They would have to be not affiliated with me when they go in.
No. Funny. I've never met you in my life before. Weird.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think we're technically really affiliated. You didn't have us sign any sort of papers or anything.
I did hear with Muscles.
Well, he's a special case.
He's also
I
employed.
imagine he's probably not going to be condoning assassinating a...
Well, no, my bad. No, my bad. It's not with Muscles. It's with Eye Patch.
Really? That's surprising.
It's to keep him in.
Surprised you could get him to sign anything.
I have my ways.
Kind of people like him don't typically sign things for the reasons of...
It's an agreement of... It was an agreement of payment. He has a set of rules. I know how to play by them. And I will happily play by them, as well as he will play by the rules that are established. That's why I wanted him here. Even though he's shady, he plays by a set of rules that I understand.
Well,
So,
Either way,
I mean, if you two, who I don't know, were to decide to do something about the goblins...
yeah,
There's
weird.
nothing I could
Be cool if they
officially...
kind of disappeared, and we happen to be in the area.
Yeah, there might be an incentive waiting for you. There might be something in there waiting for you too. I don't know.
Who knows? Who knows?
Who knows?
Well, we do happen to, kind of have the general area of where the castle that Lady Chimera is in, actually.
I thought we were going to
Merchant
talk
might
about
work
that. Yeah.
Oh, you mean the
Yeah, Merchant might.
She kind of looks like, oh, you mean the castle that's right here? And she points on her map.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, you knew where that was before I pointed it out, didn't you? I didn't need
Yeah,
to tell you.
yeah. Is it 2 days west of the camp that we were at?
Mhm.
Like, on the map? Does
Yeah.
it look like that was truthful?
Yeah.
Huh. So we did know where it was.
I
But
would have assumed that you would lie to us. But at any rate, let's sort this out.
Let's go get this sorted.
oh, so you're seriously guys gonna go do this? Okay.
I have no in-character reason not to.
I have a very good reason to want to do it, so...
Oh fuck! I'm about to bust out Lady Chimera's character sheet.
Are you about to get TPK'd?
Probably. That'll be fun.
It'll be a fun TPK.
Oh boy, she's been known for being. The Princess Ghost. Be careful. She's known for being violent.
I kind of figured with the whole Goblin Warlord thing,
Honestly, I don't really care what happens to her. It's the goblins she commands. But consorting with them and commanding them sort of makes her a proxy. So I assume the best course of action is just to kill her.
Sixteen goes,
If that's
actually.
what she makes us do, then that's what she makes us do.
She goes, just as a side note, she goes, you can negotiate with her. I suggest you find why she commands them, why she chooses to run a goblin army. Maybe there's an angle you can play at.
I suppose it's within reason.
Where is Lady Chimera's? I think it's a Google Doc.
Well then, let's set off for adventure.
All right. Let me real quick find her. So, did I not title it? Oof. Oh wow, that was a long time ago. God damn it. Shit. I don't have her character sheet.
Limo.
Okay, that's fine. So, the way there is relatively easy. Okay, I'll have to just remake it, that's fine. There's quick ways to make it. So, the way there... Yeah, exactly. The way there is relatively easy. Considering that it follows a main road and... goblins aren't hard to fight. You have the option of just strong arming the goblins every time you see them, or generally trying to go around and avoid them. For 10th level adventurers, you guys will have no problem handling these goblins.
I think wanton slaughter of them is the only possible choice here.
If that's what you say, I'm happy to drive some rapiers through them.
I'm going to, what I feel like is fair, is just go ahead and say the 3 checkpoints that you run into, you fucking murder the shit out of them.
Yeah.
Because the checkpoints are nowhere near as big as the entirety of what your spell did to those goblin camp.
Yeah. There's no fight here.
There, you clear 3 whole goblin checkpoints, and you see the castle ahead.
And we just walked up to the goblin checkpoints, and they're like, "Stop! We're at the name of the Goblin Queen!" And they're like, "Okay."
Yeah, fucking just charred.
Tear through space.
I'm not sure how we're at war with these things. They really don't put up much of a fight.
Yeah, if you get tons and tons and tons of them together, they can kind of do swarm tactics. They also typically are commanded by stronger beings, stuff like bugbears, hobgoblins, that kind of thing. It's not the goblins themselves that are the threat.
Compared to the might that Oberon commands, I'm sure even their strongest would wither before him.
Also, just kind of keep in mind, guys, the SIMP word will get me in trouble.
Okay.
Just remember that, because I am streaming on Twitch.
Oh yeah, I kind of forgot about Twitch.
Yeah. The Twitch rule.
I thought it was only to call somebody that in order that would get you TOS, but
Probably better not to fudge it either way.
Yeah.
Just don't.
Fuck, I wanted to use that castle. What the hell?
I've already got a castle. Kind of.
Aw, you son of a bitch. The file's too big. Oh, and I gotta find a new castle.
I mean, we can like do this in the future if you wanted to.
If you guys
Yeah, if you
decide...
need,
No.
some like time and whatnot.
If you guys decide that it's gonna be a fight, then yeah, we'll pick it up later. But...
We can.
It appears that my other session might also be getting cancelled, unfortunately.
Such is life playing D&D.
Yeah,
It'd be like that sometimes.
I have a feeling this is gonna end up being a fight. By the way, I don't think there is much wiggle room.
On neither of us are particularly convincing people, are we?
I mean, we're probably not super convincing, other than our raw power, but I have a feeling that Colin probably doesn't want to leave here without dead goblins.
Well, dead goblins, but if we can convince her to stop commanding the goblins, then, you know.
I suppose.
This might be too big. This is taking a minute for this to load.
Roll20 does that sometimes.
Yeah, do not worry about it. We have the time.
Like, I'm just trying to find... Ah! Come on! That one's too big, too! I thought this castle would have worked. Damn. Oh, I see. That's why, because they're too goddamn... Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I get one that fits, because I've drawn this castle out before, so I have to look for the one that actually, and I don't have it anymore, the drawing, so I have to find something that's just close enough. Not exactly being picky either.
Well, we could do Theater of the Mind for all the RP stuff, and then if it comes to a fight, we can just call it there and start up with the fight in the future.
Yeah. Alright. So, you come up to a fairly tall castle. It has a nice tall tower, and a few peaks, and a big square. You can see on the square walls that surround, that the towers are hooked up to, an arena, and from there you can already see the giant, massive throne. It's just fucking. It's literally exactly what you heard it was. It was a weapon rack with.
This was a few days travel to get here, correct?
Yes, in those few days you destroyed 3 goblin checkpoints. There's really not much of a fight to be had if you just walk up and just dawn, boof, just nuke their asses. Hate to say it, but you guys are kind of thugs and nuke the shit out of them.
Yeah, well, you know, they were in our way, and they were goblins. It's their fault. If they didn't want to die, maybe they should have chose not to have been goblins, you know?
Exactly.
Should have chosen not to have been goblins. Oh, Lord.
I'm happy to RP, but with goblins?
So,
Perhaps not.
you guys get to the gates, and there are bugbears at the gates and a hobgoblin just at the gates, and many little goblins on the top with bows. You hear big out of the little ones, and the hobgoblin steps forward and gives you a strange salute. It says, "Why have you approached the castle?" Lady Chimera asks.
We are here to speak with Lady Chimera.
Is she expecting you?
No.
No. I will deliver this message to Lady Chimera. And he opens a door on the side of the walls, closes it, walks out. The bugbears look at the Fae,
Kind of just.
and they just give you a dirty look.
Yeah, saw that coming. Just, you know.
That's it. They're still like, slouched over, lazy and everything, picking their nose, just looking at you real dirty. And, the one goes, "It'll be a minute." Lady Chimera's on her throne, watching a fight.
Bit in the general direction of them.
Classy, says the other one. Seriously. They call goblins uncivilized. Whatever.
Not speak to me.
So speaking to you, Pixie. Talking to that one over there. That's the only one that can actually listen.
I don't often listen to bugbears, hobgoblins, and goblins, though.
It's alright, we're used to it.
I'd imagine. You lot do have a bit of a reputation, after all.
Yeah, well... I ain't been outside this castle grounds in my entire life, so... he stretches. Don't know what the usual stigmas are. Probably they're right, probably, though. We are goblinoids. Yards. So, human. Got any hobbies?
Not particularly. Looking for some people. Haven't had the time to develop any hobbies.
Gotcha. Play dragon chess. I'm not very good at it, but I try.
I know the rules.
Okay. That's all I do.
If you want a game, I'd happily kick your ass.
Because I'm working right now. Lady Chimera would actually eat me if I was slacking off too much.
Maybe that's what I...
Oh, you cut out.
Oh. Maybe that's what I wanted.
Yeah, I'd rather not get eaten. I've been doing good so far. He says if you're still around when I'm off, maybe.
Maybe. If you, hear some commotion and Lady Chimera beckons you, if you value your life, I wouldn't respond. We're here to negotiate, but we've heard rumors. Lady Chimera isn't the most, non-violent person.
He chuckles. You made that right. But, she also has an actual whole chimera at her disposal. I really don't see even two of you winning.
You don't know half of my power.
You're right. That you are right.
You're a lot more reasonable than I was expecting, actually, for somebody working under a warlord.
I was raised to at least be tolerable. Lady Chimera says, can't have the front gate acting like assholes. How you doing, baby doll? What's up?
More reasonable than the average warlord.
Sit. We're gonna be going over to D's here in a little bit.
Okay.
And when we get home, I'm gonna be doing our taxes.
Okay. Very adult. Much chore.
Miata's throwing your fucking check engine light for a fucking crankshaft position sensor.
Oh no. Oh no.
Which would contribute to it running like shit, so.
I heard it trying to start. It sounded like it wanted to die.
Yeah, I turned the AC on and it blew cold for a little bit, and then I tried to roll the windows down and it died.
Interesting.
Yeah, so.
Battery can't handle all that.
I don't know.
Look at her. She's fucking fat and happy.
Fine.
Alright. We're still in game.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna be leaving here in a little bit.
Alrighty, sweetheart.
I love you.
I love you.
I'll see you later.
See you later.
Can you hand me my water?
Yes, I can hand you your water. It's still cold, too. Alright. It says, yeah, front gate guards are meant to be raised reasonable. If I can't say anything nice, I love you. If I can't say anything nice, just keep my mouth shut. I get the good meat. And you know what? If I gotta just sit here and keep my mouth shut to get fed well, he pats his belly. I got no complaints.
Fair enough, fair enough. You got any backup plans if this job falls through?
Work for the wizard that lives down below. The other one goes, punches him. He goes, shut up. Oh.
Wizard down below, eh? What's his name?
The other bugbear goes, don't know him. Don't know who he is. We're supposed to keep him protected. That's all. That's all there is to it. Never seen him before.
Never seen it before, eh?
Yep.
Maybe I'll ask Lady Chimera about it. I happen to be looking for a wizard, actually.
Promise you it ain't him. Actually, he looks at you and goes, most that anybody knows about him is that he lives here. We've had a bunch of people come knocking for him. Mostly family. Since old Gutsy here spilled the beans. He inherited the castle from his uncle. Shrugs, goes, that's all there is to it.
Are you sure you don't know his name?
Nope. Don't bother to remember his name. It's been said in front of me multiple times. Don't care to remember. Don't care about him. Here to do my job. Not get eaten.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And if, other than working for the wizard, do you have any backup plans if this job falls through?
They both go, working for the wizard. Same rules as working for Lady Chimera. Except for, he's not as fun.
And if the wizard isn't available?
Why wouldn't he be? He doesn't fucking leave the castle. And you can't get into where he's at without being the wizard.
I mean, if he doesn't want to hire you for whatever it is you do.
Oh, that we are all bound to by an old pact.
Really now?
Lady Chimera made a pact with his ancestor. And one of his old ancestors, there's a bear mark on the back of his hand. It was, so long as the bloodline goes and this castle stands, we guard it. Only those of us who are marked.
What about the raiding parties that you guys send out?
Don't know about raiding parties, but those who do leave the castle, they aren't marked. They're out sent to retrieve supplies that we can't trade for.
What prevents you from trading for them?
People who don't want to trade. Prejudice against goblinoids who actually want to be reasonable. And the hobgoblin comes out. Alright, a few questions.
Serum?
What's your technical business?
Here to communicate on behalf of, well, not behalf, but here to communicate following an issue that, regarded a bit of a merchant who had paid his taxes but was raided anyway.
Are you adventurers? He takes a check on one of the paper. He's got it like a notebook.
Notepad thing.
Yeah. Are you adventurers?
Technically, I suppose.
Not the first term I'd describe myself with.
We know what you are. My blood boils looking at you, but I'm supposed to be respectful.
Wise choice.
These two can't help it. Take no offense. Looks over.
Rest assured, your very presence offends me.
Good, we're on the same page then. He looks over. So, adventurers. Great. Is the retrieval party even alive anymore?
No.
Okay then. He hands you both notepads. Please account the reason why, if it was you, killed the goblin forward group. He rolls his eyes. Because we haven't heard from them in a long time, and we have 3 goblin outposts that we haven't heard from in a while.
I can bring them to you if you'd like.
Looks at you. That's fucked up. But no.
On the sheet, I'm gonna mark asset retrieval for the first group that we killed, and as for the rest, like the other 3 outposts, I'm gonna mark other general dickery.
Should I goblins are scum and hand it back to him?
Here's my goblins are scum.
I don't know if you would expect anything different from Fairy, but here's mine.
Yeah. Creatures with no laws, no rules. Whatever. It's a matter of difference of it.
So we have no creatures like you.
At least we draw the line somewhere. And I'm going to draw the line at this conversation. I'm going to keep my opinions to myself from here on out. It's the way Lady Chimera would want it. Because I don't have any refreshments. Our water's not clean right now. Somebody, as he looks beyond the door, took a shit in the well.
Should probably
Then goes back out.
deal with those who shit in the well.
Yeah, they don't have a lower half anymore.
Can't shit in the well anymore, I suppose.
He leaves and then he's gone for about the same amount of time. And the bugbears are still picking their nose, looking stupid, you know.
Being bugbears.
Being bugbears. And the hobgoblin goes out. I can ask the human this, but I can't swear this by you. Human, do you promise not to assault the commoners, the common goblin kin that are within the castle while you are traversing to Lady Chimera's forward throne?
I can swear to that I will not harm any goblins.
Self-defense is an exception because we do have some rather swing-happy idiots. But by all means, if they attack you, no one will keep you from killing just them. On the other hand, if you're going a full
swing to knock out, not swing to kill on the common goblin rabble. If things go south with Lady Chimera and she's 6 goblins on me, I cannot confirm that I will not attack them.
Well, at that point, then that's a different story. Hopefully it won't come to that.
Hopefully it will not.
Alright, can I get your signature here?
Yes.
Okay, and
I'll mark Nardum Conrad down on the little piece of paper.
Wonderful.
Let's get this show on the road then, I suppose, huh?
As you roll it up, the scroll starts to feel warm. Just as a disclaimer, it's a magical contract.
Failure to comply kills me, I suppose?
Failure to comply makes you a servant. You could thank the wizard that lives in this court for that.
Should have read the fine print. Let's go.
He looks, he goes, yep, we all should have a long time ago. Don't get stuck. He looks over at the Fae. He looks at the Fae. You get to come in if you sign a contract, the same thing. Except for yours, is you get banished. Yours has the least amount of fine print.
I refuse.
Then you'll wait outside.
I go where it please.
I don't think waiting outside is an option either. I can swear on behalf that I will try not to let him kill any of your common goblin folk.
I will not sign your contract subjecting me to your magics, but I will give you assurance that I will act.
He says, fine then. Non-magical contract. This legally holds you up by law of mortals. Which means...
You realize I'm not subject to those laws.
He goes, "Are you
It would
sure?"
be if you signed the contract.
Exactly.
Laws are words on paper,
Lady Chimera is a noble of the Elven Kingdom.
Unfortunately,
which is
us
why the
mortals value those words on paper.
Lady,
Lady Chimera's elven heritage is the only reason I'm agreeing to meet with her in the first place. I
again,
know what she is.
again, this is Elven law. At this point, you're no longer.
I will, like I said, provoke no violence against your kind while I am here. I am not without honor.
I have 2 witnesses, 3 witnesses, points of the human, to your verbal claim. If you act any otherwise, by Elven law, by the laws of the elves, you are damaging Lady Chimera's personal property. He rolls his eyes, and therefore will be punished accordingly.
We won't kill any common goblin folk that don't deserve it.
This is my... yeah. He looks at you. That's fine. Lady Chimera likes seeing plain justice being served. It's my disclaimer I have to put. It's my job. Blah, 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 blah. Legal jargon. Blah, 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 blah. He pulls out his glasses. Anything else I need to tell you over here? Okay. We're good to go. So...
Finally.
He opens, the gates open enough just to let you guys in. You guys walk in. It's not the best, but you know what? For goblins, it's okay. There's a clear path enough to travel, but every goblin's personal space is, well, a goblin's personal space. Any public space, though, is kept kind of clean. You see some goblins, like, begrudgingly cleaning things up. Like, ugh. God, why is it gotta be clean?
Just waltz on down.
And you climb a set of stairs, and you hear the roar of a lion. And you go up the set of stairs, and you see a seat made out of weapon racks. And you see a gorgeous... Here, let me get the token out. And she is, by all accounts, very pretty. Very good looking. Very youthful looking as well. Wow, like that is not up for debate. Like, she is good looking, but she's smug as fuck. And that immediately is apparent on her face.
Bastard.
Let's have her sit.
Perish like the rust.
So, a little bit of theater of the mind going on here. So she sits up here just on the ledge. I don't know where you guys are. She sits like right here. Where are you guys at? You guys are over here. Oh, wait, that's background. Shit. Can I move you to layer? Token layer. Perfect. Bloop. And I want to move you guys onto the map. Just onto the map, you guys can place yourself where you feel most comfortable.
Alright.
So right here's where she's at. I guess I should say this is the entrance. Shit. There we go. And she's watching her chimera. Fucking...
So where is the Chimera?
The chimera, which I need to load the token, is in the center.
I have a feeling this map was meant to be slightly bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to zoom
You could see the,
Are
I
we?
think Roll20 has a built-in like way of trying to sync up grids, but it's a pain in
Oh,
the
I hate
ass.
doing that though. Yeah, I've done that. Feels like shit.
in. We'll just pretend like we don't see the grids. And I'll actually make the map bigger. If we get into combat.
If we get into combat, we can pull the map up.
So
Kind of walking in before we really get into her earshot. I assume we can still see the Chimera.
mhm.
Kind of.
It is going absolute ape shit on what appears to be a wyvern, which I'm not going to bother putting up there because
Which
we
is
all...
gonna be dead and digested within minutes.
Yeah. And in the background, you see it fighting a wyvern.
It's down to it. I have a plan to handle the Chimera. You focus the Queen.
Alright. If it comes to combat.
Lady Chimera has got.
As much as I loathe these people, would rather settle this peacefully, given there's only 2 of us.
Glad we're on the same page.
So, you see her, and her throne looks more like a sofa with weapon racks. And she's laying on it.
The weapon sofa.
And she's eating various cheeses and meats, and she goes, "Ah, welcome. See, I have somebody from the summer court. It's an honor. I'm not getting up." She looks at.
Surprised.
So, what are you here for?
It was a bit of a kerfuffle. No, particular merchant who had been raided despite paying what he described as taxes to you.
Yes. Anyone who travels through the road, and because there's many merchants who travel just inside of our territory, the road bends right in front of our castle. And because technically I am the lady of this land, I can charge a tax. And I do.
He paid his taxes. Doesn't that grant him immunity to your raiding parties?
We don't have raiding parties, we have tax collectors.
Sorry, tax collectors, whatever the nomenclature you'd like to use.
Yeah, that's
Boils down to
how it works.
asset acquisition team.
Yeah. That's how it
Paid his
works.
taxes.
We paid his fee to
Tax
travel.
collected anyway.
Yeah, all of our merchants are up to date. As a matter of fact, didn't even have to send out the collection group.
Then why was somebody raided anyway? Sorry, tax collected.
Well, you're using the term raid, and it sounds like somebody was actually raided versus being.
Yes, the terminology is confusing. He was attacked by your goblins despite claiming to have paid whatever protection fees you extort.
It's a taxation to go through my property. This is private property, and if I want to charge a tax for traveling through, then so be it. And if you don't pay the tax, you're trespassing.
That's a moot point, as he had paid it.
If he was attacked and paid his tax, it was not of my command. Are the goblinoids who attacked him, are they dead?
Yes.
Do you have a corpse, or all?
I have several.
You have several. Present them.
You want me parading them through the town? I don't think that wise. They are changed.
They're undead, aren't they? We are no
I'm
stranger.
made use of them.
We are no stranger. Let them through. I will let the guards know. And she leans out and hollers out in Goblinoid at one of the guardsmen, and they salute, and then they run. By all means, bring them in. I'd like to see.
How far I can control these from. Because I basically ordered them to stay off in the woods and take it easy. I can use a bonus action within 60 feet, so I'd have to go out and get them.
By all means.
So I can fly, though. It shouldn't take too long.
Yeah. So we'll just fast forward it in that sense. You nab them up and you bring them up. She goes, "Where's the hobgoblin corpse?"
I didn't think it worthy of reanimation.
That's your mistake. You need to check the hobgoblin corpse. The hobgoblins are for the mark.
Well, your gate guard up front seemed to mention the disappearance
Nobody
of
that
your
leaves the place
specific party.
has the mark.
What was that? You two were both talking.
As I understand it, the hobgoblin out at the gate mentioned that one of their raiding parties had disappeared. I've assumed that we killed them.
He also said that he knows that nobody that leaves the castle has the mark. Well, that raiding party was out of the castle.
You are correct.
So by default, they would not have the mark, would they not?
You are correct. We employ outside goblins to do outside work. That way, they can't be traced back to us.
Clearly they were, as we're standing in your throne room.
Which makes this an interesting proposition. Because I have not hired a crew yet. I haven't hired them in months, actually. All my merchants are good little boys and girls, and benefit greatly from traveling through my property. Not only do they pay the toll, they get free housing in my castle. And on my property if they choose not to stay in the castle. Their tents are all safe. They in fact are even allowed to request a goblinoid escort. Many don't take it, but gotta make things nice and fair. This does present an interesting problem, does it not?
You hire outside goblins to do outside work. I presume that that's the raiding job, no? It's not tax collection.
We only employ those to find resources that we need without actually... The way it works is our collectors will attempt to make a collections here. If we have to go off property, we hire a group of goblinoids that live just outside of our property, give them gold, whatever they like, and attempt to go get us simply the items we're requesting. We don't question how they bring it to us or where it came from, with the exception of a few rules. They are not supposed to raid any of our frequent and loyal traders who do pay their taxes duly. As well as we request them not to go into the major towns and cities and get us into any larger troubles.
It's like a scourge on this land. I imagine the Elven Lords would be happy to have rid of you.
The Elven Lords find my command of these goblinoids to be quite entertaining. Nothing has made the Elven Lords more happy than to watch them bow to the will of elves. The Elven Lords see no problem here. I see no problem here.
There is a problem here, though. That raiding party. It's a raiding party. You say don't attack those who are loyal customers of yours. Well, people that don't happen to be loyal customers of yours just happen to be raided regardless, then?
That is not of my choosing. That is completely up to those goblinoids who choose to behave that way. I don't condone it.
Yes, true, but my counter-argument to that ends up being you've already proven that you impose rules upon your raiding parties through not letting them go to big cities and not raiding those who are loyal customers of yours, meaning you exert a massive amount of control over them already, which does mean that you have the ability to make them not raid anybody and to only acquire these things diplomatically, and yet through inaction of your own, you allow them to raid people who you are not affiliated with. Now, I'm no judge, and I'm no expert in legal things, but through inaction, you can be responsible for crimes.
So far, because they have the agency due to being independent hirees, as well as monsters, and not property. They go under many original laws that would hold me responsible. Morally, I guess you could say I am responsible, if we're speaking moral and ethics only. And in that case, make a strong enough argument, I may compensate those who have been wronged.
the gold that you're in possession of right now,
Mm-hmm.
well, maybe not on you right now, but somewhere in the castle that was taken from the merchant in question that we come here because of.
Which merchant?
Technically,
I did give you his name, by the
through-
way.
oh, you did?
Yes, I did. His name is James.
James, right? Yeah, I remembered that now. Yeah, James. I didn't catch his last name. I don't believe he told me it.
I'm sorry, James, the man with the lizard. He's fat.
Yeah, he's fat and happy.
He was raided. By your
Yes.
terms. Where are those
By my
goblins? Are they all dead?
All of them.
All of them?
All of them, as far as I'm aware.
James is my...
8 goblins, 2 hobgoblins, 2 wargs, if I count correctly.
Wargs?
Wargs.
Yes, that's outside goblin group. We don't use wargs.
You hire outside groups. Yes, we've been over that.
I'm saying. She goes, James happens to be my most loyal merchant and has never missed a day. As a matter of fact, immediately when I claimed this property and notified him of it, or rather, when I notified him of this property in the first time I've talked to him, he was actually more than happy to pay. As a matter of fact, he's also taken up multiple goblinoid escorts off property. The one time I've made exceptions was for him. And they came dressed.
Interesting.
So if anything, I need to thank you for taking care of those goblins.
Well
Get a
then,
little for the intricacies that you claim to hide behind. You consort with evil.
if that is an outside goblin group, you claim that you are not hiring that group then, correct?
I have not hired that one in a long time. It's been months. They could have been itching
Yeah, they
for
still
gold.
knew where your castle was. That's how we got here.
Oh. Well, that would make sense. They're not too far away. If you want to solve the problem at its root, I could give you direction. Alternatively, I could get the satisfaction myself and send Chimera after them.
I'd be happy to go and eradicate the source of the problem. I think my friend here would be happy as well.
They're not as big as we are, but they're absolutely lawless and ruthless little creatures.
Perhaps you should send your Chimera.
You don't want the honor yourself?
Goblinoids respond to fear. What is more frightening? Me or that thing?
Arguably you. I've
You
seen
know
what you're
me,
capable of.
They wouldn't live long enough to see.
She looks at both of you and goes, now there is another problem that we have.
Is there now?
There is. There is indeed. One of our parties have gone missing. I assume the goblinoid at the front would have said we were missing a party.
Yeah, he did mention that.
We're beginning to put outposts to warn ahead of time that the tax is ahead. We've been missing 3 post notifications.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
They should contain about 1 bugbear, 2 hobgoblins, small wooden structures.
I believe you'd find those smoldering in ash right where you left them.
That is unfortunate. They are forewarned that the taxed road is up ahead, because I've received complaints from newer merchants that aren't aware of it.
Perhaps one solution could be to stop terrorizing your lands with these horrific creatures.
Nothing's being terrorized. My lands are perfectly kept peaceful. We have not had a conflict for ages. Not a true
Seems to me
conflict.
that you've had several in the last few days.
I have not had any conflicts. My goblinoids have not had to maneuver out of this castle to settle any conflicts or disputes.
I have
Oh my
reason
God.
to believe that actually that statement where that outside group was false. The one that raided James, I have reason to believe that you were in contact with them.
And why is that?
James claims he's out of money. They took it from him. We did not find money when we took out the raiding camp.
You also didn't look.
I said I was going to investigate some of the corpses.
Oh, my...
And we
I did...
also raised
Oh.
the hobgoblins. I mean, we would have been...
Oh, that
Right
is
at
that
the-
is my fault. I actually did
that
not
time.
hear you.
No.
That is my fault. I did not hear you. If you chose to have searched the goblinoids,
It's possible I'm misremembering, because, like, it's normally something I would say, but...
it's
Yeah, I
and
feel like-
I remember saying something, but
you probably did say something I just didn't
I
hear
am
you.
extremely sleep deprived in my defense.
I'm also
In your
I
defense as well, actually. I am very sleep deprived.
so the thing is like if I probably also might have heard you but then didn't like actually follow up.
And you were doing something else at the time, and then
Probably
forgot.
pulling up,
It's
yeah.
possible.
But if you did choose to, you would have found the gold on him and returned. So at this
I
point,
think we would have just given that back to him then.
yeah,
Minor retcon, whatever.
I was gonna say yeah.
Okay, well, disregard what I just said.
She goes, I know for a fact that, at the very least, that reports of 2 adventurers coming up this way. I received reports for that for a little bit.
2 days, you'd say?
Mm-hmm.
Weird. 2 adventurers. Could you describe them?
1 human, 1 fairy.
Weird. Can't say I've seen anything like
I
that.
do have a witness that also came back reporting the fairy caused the sun's wrath upon my little outer encroachment. I will admit the outer encroachments might be a bit too touchy for some, but that's a bit much. That's
The
my
sun's wrath is going to come down regardless. It's the sun.
Yes,
But
perhaps
I
maybe the
suppose I'll try
goblins just burned in the light, as fiends are wont to do.
goblinoids don't burn in the light. They're not drow.
No, I suppose we can keep our eye out for this group of 2 adventurers.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a shit-eating grin on my face, by the way.
Mm-hmm. How about we make things even between us? You all go take out that goblin encampment that's been very out of line for how I prefer my neighbors to behave, and I'll forget the whole 3 outposts incident.
So we get to go kill more goblins in response. You alleviate us of a crime that I didn't commit? Sure. What do you think?
If you didn't commit it, then it's free goblin kills. I see no lose for you.
Turn to my patriot. What is it you think?
I dislike being this errand boy.
You get to kill
I'd
more
rather
goblins.
I'd gain no pleasure from the act of killing them. I just wish to see their eradication.
You'd be working towards the main goal.
Seems
And I'd rather not have to fight the entire goblinoid castle today.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
goblins, by the way. This shit is packed.
Yeah.
And like the castle does go deeper and you can tell with all the stairs you've seen, but the upper floors are the equivalent to a small, because the goblinoids, there's way more goblins than there are like hobgoblins or bugbears, but it's like a small goblin town. Not village, town. The property's fairly big. And complex. So
Well,
you know how like in Japan how they have more verticality than they do space?
mm-hmm.
That's what this is like. I think that's the best way to put
I
it.
see. I see.
So they're all crammed, and every once in a while somebody falls off and dies, but, you know, 'tis the life of living in a crammed place like this.
accept your bargain on one condition.
Go ahead.
Send your chimera with us.
why might Chimera come with?
Well, firstly, I find it much more fascinating than anything else you've got here. Secondly, like I said, I think shock and awe are valuable tactics in this regard.
The Chimera peeps the dragon head. I will not go with something as lowly as you.
Please. I have more experience and wisdom in my tiny little fingertip than you have in all three of your heads combined.
It chuckles at you. The dragon speaks. I'm way older than you ever will hope to achieve. Lady Chimera puts her hand. It's true. Both of us are older than the two of you combined.
You would be surprised. You do not understand the way time works in my plane.
Time works
I've
differently in
seen
else places.
way more. I've held off Apocalypse forces. And Apocalypse is able to break the rift between actual dimensions
How do you think I got here?
through one of Apocalypse's footsteps, probably. Regardless, we are well experienced, and the pride of my Chimera is what dictates what it does and does not do. The Chimera is its own sentient being. If it chooses not to go with you, I cannot force it.
Strange. I would have thought such a powerful ruler would have command over its forces.
I do. 3 heads.
Colin,
I have control over 2.
oh, you just don't have control over the dragon one, I see.
Respectively, it is impossible, but I dominate the dragon. There's a difference.
As this conversation is happening, I would like to telepathically communicate with Colin.
Okay.
Huh, I didn't know
You
you
will
could do
hear, you will hear, in a recognizable voice of Nardum, excuse the psychic intrusion, but, it might be best if we take up this job that she's offering. Gives us a chance to leave here without conflict, and then we can return back to the tavern and get our compatriots for a proper assault of the castle. And you may telepathically respond if you wish.
Threatened by this charlatan ruler. I have confidence that if it came to it, we could handle both her and the Chimera. But, like you said, it might be wise to come back with our companions.
Not only would we gain less goblins in this world, which you seem to care about, and honestly so do I, we would also have an easier fight here. Less bloodshed on our less bloodshed from our bodies. And a much easier fight on their bodies. Well then,
Very
I
well.
believe that your conditions will be barely acceptable.
Wonderful.
If you'll point us in the direction of this goblin encampment you need dealt with.
She goes, hand me your map. I can draw it for you.
Alright. And I will pass her my map.
She says, there's about 50 standard goblins, 10 hobgoblins, 20 bugbears or so. I think a bunch of left, actually. So, anywhere between 5 to 20. I don't know. But that is about it. And at least half of their units ride wargs.
Well, the wargs were no different than the goblins.
They call themselves the Warg Pride. She rolls her eyes. They're quick at catching up to merchants who haven't paid their dues, is all they are.
Well, we can swiftly deal with them. Faster than they can catch up to any merchant.
Hopefully.
If
It
you
was
would
good.
Grant us our leave now.
You're more than free to go. She kicks her feet
Unless-
back up on her couch. I'm enjoying my time watching my Chimera fight anyway. Such ferocity.
I have nothing left. If you do, my friend, then
As you guys hear, you hear whoosh, and the goat head go, "Ah, ah, 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 ah." And it literally goes, do you even lift? As it swings
do
its head.
you even lift? Fucking do you even
And it comes back, it throws its head back, and it shouts into the room, have you seen my packs?
I should just unleash the fucking kitten on these nerds, huh?
Oh.
Alright. With that, I think we're going to head out. Unless you have anything you'd like to do.
I would like to raise this castle to the ground.
Not today. Perhaps in the future, though.
I love how you're almost blatantly ignoring the fact that she's technically an elven noble, and this would be seen as an affront to the elven court.
Well, you know.
That the relations between the elven court and the Fae can withstand this. Assuming elves work like they do in normal D&D, if the elves are like industrialists or some bullshit, then it might be good.
No, they're very cooperative with nature. They live in the equivalent to California redwoods. And
yeah, they could survive a little bit of strain from taking off one of their nobles that happens to also be in cahoots with someone the Summer Court is in war with.
Yeah.
There's a triangle here, and so
Yeah.
alliance between.
Depending on how Lady Chimera spins it, you might be in trouble or not.
Well, Lady Chimera won't have the opportunity to spin it because Lady Chimera will be dead.
Yeah, if she's dead, then they'll take Cullen's word before they'll take any of the goblins.
Yeah. There'll be no goblins left to report. There will be no witnesses. No, actually, there'll probably be witnesses because, like, the common goblin folk won't really probably die. At least Nardo would not.
Are you guys sure there won't be one more?
Of innocents.
Are you guys sure there won't be one more?
Or what?
Oh, actually, no, there won't. He's locked up. He can't. He doesn't know what's going on. He has no idea what's going on. Fucking nerd. It's one of a player's old characters. A player's old character. He's just a fucking nerd. That's all it is.
Nerd.
He's just a nerd. Alright, I need to use the bathroom real quick.
Okay. So we go raise that goblin encampment to the ground, and we go get our compatriots, and we'll either probably end up ending the session before the encampment or right after we arrive back at the tavern.
Right.
And then next session, we just come and fucking raise this place?
Yeah, I'm thinking either. I don't know how good of saves the Chimera has, but I'm assuming that I can banish it.
Yeah, I was
very
thinking
high
banishment as well.
PC.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're a
We both
caster. Like if you're a full caster or not.
I am a caster in a very similar way to the. You know what? Here, I'll just drop the beans for the sake of it, since you're here. I am a Scion. It is like the Mystic, but actually balanced. It's a homebrew class by Kibbles Tasty. Same guy who makes the Alternate Artificer. I'm playing in Jacob's campaign.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Basically, I've got psi points, which are like sorcerer points, very similar to them, that I can spend to use abilities like with Phase Rift, as I showed you earlier. I've got another kind of cantrip-like one. Phase Rift is my equivalent to a cantrip. I can use it at its most basic level as many times as I want, but it's got like upgrades that I can spend psi points to enhance it for each time I use it. And I can also spend psi points to cast certain spells, depending on like what my subclass is, basically. I'm doing kind of a movement plus telekinetic subclass, so I've got stuff like Far Step, Dimension Door, Banishment, Fly, Blink, Thunder Step, that kind of thing.
Maybe what's your spell save?
17.
Okay.
You're probably higher if you have
Yeah,
one of those
exactly.
items that
So,
gives
yeah,
you the.
okay.
Yeah.
Alright,
So I got the
headphones
20.
back on.
I mean, I'm imagining too. The other thing is if
Alright.
I want her to make a save.
So, let me load up the goblin encampment then for you guys.
Do you actually have it prepared?
I've improvised the majority of this.
I'm not surprised to hear that. That's 99% of being a dungeon master, in my opinion.
I have
Maybe I'm
gotten...
just a shit DM, but
No,
I think that's how you do it.
I've tried my very best to be very good at improvising for when things inevitably change, or like a session like this.
yeah, where we're just kind of fucking around because we've got
Yeah,
missing two.
and taking out like fucking goblin encampment after goblin encampment, like, doesn't really need to be perfect. Just needs to get the point across. Also, as you guys are leaving, another hobgoblin walks up to you and goes, "Boys, we've got the updated information on the goblin encampment.
Wonderful.
Their numbers have thinned greatly." He hands you this. He hands you a little thing. It goes, "They've decided to sleep on a muddy slope. Hence, lots of them have died to rain. They are shown to be extra stupid."
Fucking morons.
Can't say I'm surprised.
Me neither.
We genuinely take pride in the fact that we at least have a good leader who can at least help us get smarter, be better, things like that.
A little bit smarter than sleeping on a muddy fucking slope.
Yes. Also, she protects us from the divine fucking fury of... What's the evil god that they fear and worship?
Aglibiate?
Yes. Yeah, this hobgoblin comes and goes, "Don't be too hard on her. She genuinely keeps us from his wrath. I don't know what she's done in the past to make him cautious of her, but so as long as we're marked the way we are, we're safe from an afterlife at his side. For that much, I have to thank her." He looks at you at the Fae. I don't expect you to sympathize with us, but at least I want you to understand why we're so happy here. At least that much I hope you understand. Give her a chance if you don't give us a chance. We're not entitled to one anyway. And you notice he looks a little bit older than the other hobgoblins. Much more, his presence just kind of speaks experience and humility, which is weird for a hobgoblin to let out.
Continue ignoring him.
Well, he's talking to the both of you. Specifically to the fairy.
Yeah, so I'm purposely
Ignoring.
I had to send a message, sorry. Make sure everything.
Oh, is this token level? Shit.
Yeah, the map's on token. Oh god, the fucking goblins are huge again. God save us!
Help! Oh.
Help!
Shit, that's funny. Where is my... What'd you guys do while we were gone? A goblin beat down? Can I clone a unit?
If you right-click their click on their token, Control-C, Control-V.
Gotcha. And it'll copy everything, including their stats?
I believe so, no promises.
Hey! Alright.
This is great because this time there's no stupid lizard to get in the way that we have to worry about hurting.
Yeah, no, there is no dumb lizard to get in the way.
Yeah, so we can officially turn these fools into paper mache.
Pepper mache. Mache.
How tall is that drop from the top of the ladder to the bottom?
What's that?
This ladder here.
20.
20. I'm about to lay down a smackdown, motherfucker.
Oh no, you're not gonna do the thing where you fall and kill someone by just being.
You know, funny actually. I did that yesterday, or not yesterday, Friday. I did that on Friday.
With the old one. With the fucking elbow drop mystic.
I did like a proper fall damage kill. It was great.
Oh no. All right.
I'm playing a bard, and I've got feats, like homebrew feats around jumping, because I'm just fucking memeing the shit out of it.
Yeah.
I'm playing a bard, and I'm just jumping. I have at first level I had a 10-foot high jump, and then we just hit level 4, and I have now a 20-foot high jump, and we were fighting some like ghoul-like creatures next to some houses. I was like, okay, well how tall is the house? I was 10 feet, so I jump up there the first turn. And then I drop a Dissonant Whispers on one of them that's like bugging the back line. And then the last one is alive, and I'm like, alright, fuck it. And I leap off of the roof at it, and slam into it from 10 feet above it. And we both take, I deal like 1d8 plus 3 because I'm using a rapier, and it doesn't kill it, but I'm like, well, you know, shared fall damage. And the DM's like, okay, yeah, roll to your d6 and you both take it. And I rolled a 3, he had exactly 3 health left. He dies and I live, and it's fucking great. It's not an optimal strategy by any chance, because I take the damage too, but god do I love it.
It's funny. No, climb. Alright. Wargs are size large. Climb. Of course, no dog no climb.
Dog no climb.
Dog no climb.
No.
Let's say warg. And we are going to make your HP. And then this is gonna be fun. A special enemy. No, I didn't want to do a goblin.
Oh, the wargs. They're all right there. No, Colin, I have a bad feeling about this, because I feel like you're about to drop the beans on these fuckers again.
Drop the beans! Oh my god.
Are you thinking about dropping the beans on these poor fools?
You're dropping the beans. Oh my god. I've never heard it put like that. Dropping
that's the term I use now, is like if I don't have like the proper adjective to describe exactly what's about to happen, like it's really out there kind of thing, I'm just gonna use I use beans in some way.
Use beans.
Like if I juke someone really hard in a game, I sometimes say, oh, I just gave this fucker the beans.
Go climb.
Harley, go climb. You're in my way.
Go climb. No, go climb.
Let me get. Here we go. Oh, fucking great. It's tangled.
And then I gotta get all my tax documents from underneath the bed.
Underneath the bed?
Yes.
I thought we put them in the accordion. You want me to get down there and grab them real quick?
We fell. Yeah, they fell back there. So.
You want, under there or there?
Under the bed.
Oh. Do you want me to grab those real quick?
I mean, if you can, yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, it's gonna be easier for me to do that. I'll grab my phone. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm still setting up the dungeon anyway.
Yeah, for sure. Do not worry about it.
Ow, fuck, that was my thumb. Watch your feet.
I'll be back in a second as well.
Alright.
move this chair. By the way, Tuesday night is when he's gonna be gone from Cynthia's house.
Oh, damn. Might help to lift the bed.
We need to clean up here. What is it? In just loose paper?
Yep, 2 W-2s and some tack. I don't know.
Here's a packet.
Nope.
Here's a folder.
That's literally for your chair.
Oh.
It'd be a lot easier if I did this. 'Cause I know what I'm looking for.
That's not paper. Alright, yeah. And while you're at it, you can hand me whatever junk is under there, too.
Okay, yeah, fine, yeah.
Let me move my chair out. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, my other Sunday game was canceled,
Heck.
so I'm good for the rest of the night, basically.
I don't need that.
Okay.
Not right now, at least.
Okay.
Where's the bed remote?
Bed remote is... I think I put... Whoa. I think it's on the... Yep, here it is. You want me to lift it?
Back.
Welcome back.
I do have to go around 7 so I can make dinner for us and stuff, so.
No, fair enough.
While you're
What
doing
time
that-
zone are you in?
So 15 minutes or so.
Oh, okay. So we'll probably have time to do part of this combat, and that's it.
Well, if it goes as smoothly as the last one, I imagine.
Oh, there's a
It'll
whole
be pretty
map.
quick.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it'll
just
be pretty
stopped
quick.
holding the button. And I need more bugbears.
Oh, good lord. Bro, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's a,
This
this.
is not okay.
It's a disaster.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very fucking is.
Okay. Oh my god, that is awful. Yeah.
Once again, please let me get back there.
Yeah. Got bugbear. Control C.
Yeah, I've got some other shitheads calling on me though as well, so
I know.
maybe
a bag that we can put it in for the moment?
20, half an hour.
No, but I
Should be good.
can empty out the thing and come back.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
I'ma send you to God. Same day shipping.
Here's this. Oh, fuck yeah, more socks.
Hell yeah!
Alright. Add the other hobgoblin. Would I do that?
Do the hobgoblin have sock?
Bugbear. Slurp, slurp.
Do the hobgoblins have socks? That is the question.
Yo, I don't know anything.
I don't like having an underside to our bed.
Yeah, neither do I.
Oh, I just undid everything I just did. I wonder if they'll get a turn this time.
It's within reason,
And then
but no.
least last one.
Also, figured out where all our hair ties went.
Oh, back there.
Yep. Whoa.
What's up? Oh. That's a lot. That's a good find, isn't it, though?
Yep.
Alright, almost there. Alright. Okay. Alright, add this last guy here, and we will be ready to go. I really don't know if this group's gonna get a turn or not.
It's a
You'll
lot
probably
of
all
them.
kill them with your nuke
So
spell.
it's likely they'll get like maybe one or two.
The thing is, the house, like, they spread out enough. I can't hit them all with one cast on.
Yeah, we'll have to split cast Dawn. And Nardum will just, sit up here and wait for his turn. While you destroy the entire goblin army with no way of them recovering.
Start with that, but then the problem is they have to end their turn in the beam, not start it after the initial cast.
Ah, I
That's
see.
hard to actually, like, if they're not locked in, you know.
I was thinking that maybe we could turn the bed.
But
so that the head was up against
yeah, I
the
don't have
side.
Fireball because Cleric doesn't get it unless they're light cleric. Light cleric.
There's just
Yeah, light cleric gets it.
Keep going, I got you. Ta-da. We can
Yeah, soon I will have to go to
This will be the last thing.
another bunch of nerds. I think we're gonna fire up some Valheim or something.
This is gonna get pain in the buns anyway.
Dude, Valheim is fun.
Keep
I'm
track.
Yeah,
Oh, actually,
we've
keep track of the initiative of all those guys. isn't
progressed to
gonna
the
be
point
too
where
difficult.
we're looking into better food sources than
There's Baldur's
carrot
Gate
soup
3
and two
style.
meats.
Just track all the goblin initiatives.
You,
So what we're gonna do is, the main sailor guy was like, yeah, no, I don't want to go out in the ocean because I'm
there.
gonna get my ass
Good
kicked by
luck with
serpents. And
taxes.
we're like, well, what have we got?
Merry money.
What if we
hopefully.
went and looked for a way to kill them? And eventually
Lot
we
of
realized
money.
that maybe we can make like something out of the kite on the back
Come
of
on,
the,
damn it. Give me my
leviathans. So we're gonna go mine the kite.
Upstairs at the moment.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil
Do you
it
want them up
for
there or
you.
do you want them down?
Because that's
Yeah,
like
no.
the one thing that we haven't gotten yet.
Okay, cool. Give me a
with no
second. I'll
killing
come
the
nab 'em up
elder,
then.
is the kite.
Alright. All I gotta
you
do
guys
is
have-
make sure the initiative is correct, guys, and then we are ready to go. I'm gonna
Alright.
re-roll their initiative.
You guys are still on copper, right? Or bronze, I guess.
Copper, tin, and bronze. Yep, those are the 3 that we've got.
Sounds,
Technically, I think there's a way we could get some iron, but I think we need the key from the elder to get into the fucking crypts in the swamp.
yeah.
I think there's technically some way we could find a little bit of like a little bit of it somewhere, but we would need a wishbone, I think. Which we'd have to go kill fucking Bone Mass for that. And well, Bone Mass
Yeah.
comes after the Elder, so
Yeah,
like
yeah. I don't think there's a good way to do it out of order unless you're like using like speed run tricks. It's kind of bullshit.
yeah, not to mention I'm pretty sure Bone Mass would insta kill all of us right now.
Shut up.
Swamp
Apologies.
is
That was a
really
big
scary.
Bjork.
Yeah.
She was very mad that we all went upstairs without her. Put my headphones on.
I got up to. I haven't killed the last boss, but we've killed the first 4.
Okay.
I've heard
Climb.
Bone Mass's power is really, really, really good.
Did you guys
Yeah,
roll
we gotta-
initiative already?
No, this is just old initiative.
Okay.
'Cause you only turned off the tracker, you didn't clear it before.
Okay. Climb.
Dude,
Alright.
Please, that might.
Oh, Christ. Uh-oh.
I am
Wait,
just.
are we starting combat? Or-
No, it's just. This is just pre.
Yeah, because we're about to, nerdulate on these fools, so.
I am just making sure that.
Before you rolling initiative for all these goblins, I would like them to make a DC 20 Constitution save. Was it?
Let me roll all the initiative for all the goblins first. That
Weird
way,
flex, but alright.
if they survive by some miracle, I at least can just delete.
Yeah.
Let me get the hard part out first.
If you select all of the goblins, and then right-click and add turns, it'll add each of them to the initiative counter.
Oh.
Do we all 30 of them on the initiative counter?
Are there 30 of them?
Okay, there's like 12, but
I was about to say, what the fuck? Like, I'm not scared of 30 goblins, but that's a lot of goblins.
That's a lot of goblins.
That's a lot of damage.
Oh, fuck. Alright, let me get rid of one. No, climb. Okay, you friendo. And bear with me, this is my first time using Roll20 in a, like, greater capacity than what I'm used to doing.
Fair enough.
And then
I'm bearing with you.
I have a... Don't mind me, I'm just making a number to help him stand out. So I know that he's the boss goblin.
He's the boss goblin.
The boss one.
Cross boblin. This is their camp standout, even. After they slept on a fucking muddy hill like a bunch of morons.
With the mudslide and everything. They're fucking dunces, what can I tell you? Oh, fuck my d20. Yeah, now I'm rolling well. For fucking initiative. Of all things. I have a feeling you guys are just gonna wipe the floor with these guys.
It's likely, given that we have an AoE spell.
Yeah, this is
I
why...
do kindly request that,
Never again.
the AoE spell in a way that, I can get down there and kind of deal with some of them as well, but, like, do what you need to do, man.
well, I kind of think like my plan is dump it on a circle hitting the majority of the stuff, and then you could run along the ridge and jump down to fight these guys, perhaps.
Oh, yeah. Fair enough.
I don't know how far your the drop is. It might be far to jump.
The drop isn't a problem for me. I can
Yeah.
use some
I
feather
think
fall
like
things.
the fall or something, or the psionic equivalent.
Yeah, I don't have Featherfall specifically, but I do have an ability. I've got telekinetic movement. Here, let me post it. This is a really cool ability, actually.
Oh, fuck, win with these
It
goblins.
also gives me some spider climb type stuff.
The last time
it can give me one of those three, not
The last time I did an initiative like this, it was with pen and paper.
Oh god.
I told myself I'd never do it again, but I have experienced players now, so at least, it's not gonna go like, oh fuck, dude, there's so many.
Roll individual initiative for every one of them?
I am right now!
Why? They're all gonna be dead.
They're all gonna die!
Because
Oh,
you
but
never,
Well, the wargs might survive a little.
you never know what might happen.
I think the one major problem that I might see coming up with this class ends up being Mind Devourer. Ignore the first part, it's just the second part that's more...
Okay!
Because this lets me refresh my psi points, like the, like, if they're like sorcery points, it's like being able to refresh sorcery.
Alright, that's a lot of enemies.
Oh boy, and they're all gonna die soon.
Oh, hello! Oh, I'm sorry, Succubus. Oh, I will make sure to tell my girlfriend you said hi. I'm sorry. I had my headphones off, and we were cleaning out behind the bed real quick so she could get her tax papers.
I need taxes.
Give me money!
I need taxes!
Okay, an entire goblin encampment. Let's go! You guys do have the... Go ahead and set up. You guys are on the upper ridge.
Yep.
For some reason, the goblinoids don't think it's safe on the upper ridge, so they do not sleep up there. Are you sneaking?
We'll try our best, I suppose.
By all means, roll a stealth.
Is this relying on staying silent?
All of the above.
Can't hear us. It'd probably help,
Okay, if
at
it's
least.
all of the above, then that doesn't apply here. Because I do have Boots of Elvenkind. Sure, my advantage is turned off. Thunk. 11. I'm gonna use a knowledge from a past life on that to increase it to a 12.
I'm gonna guidance myself before I do this. Got a 5.
Man, we are not the stealthiest group. Huh.
Okay.
Oh boy.
The
We
wargs
sure are.
smell you.
But they're not intelligent, right? So they just start barking and the goblins are like, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah.
Intelligent.
The warg's like, "Argh!" There's how the wargs go.
Fuck you then, man. We gotta go before they figure
And the goblin's like, and you see this goblinoid walk out and yell, just yell at everybody and tell them to shut up. The equivalent. He
does that. I'm gonna cast Dawn.
walks over here. You cast Dawn.
Could I move while he's casting Dawn and the other guy's moving as well?
Yep. You have one action I'm gonna give you before
Before Dawn?
before dawn, before you're forced to
Cool.
I can get over here. Could dash, I suppose, huh?
Oh, that was a
Actually, no,
spicy
wait.
damage roll.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Spicy.
what the fuck?
And then I'm gonna use my action to dash, and I am spending a side point to do the extra speed as well as feather
The
fall.
gang goes goblin slaying.
Yeah, the gang goes goblin slaying.
A 20 Dawn save for me, please.
I am just going to. And this is still
Con
part of
save
the
per
movement
species.
and action.
How much? What's the save?
20.
And
What the fuck, dude?
here.
I have +5 wisdom and a +3 magic item that gives me save bonuses.
Yeah.
All species within your dawn radius fail.
Alright, they all take 30 radiant damage. It's-
So all the goblins
Here.
are fucking dead.
Imagine how fucking badass this would look, though.
Just-
Like,
That's
giant column shoots down from the moon and lasers everybody.
The remaining enemies see a shadow from above, only to see fucking Nardum gently descending from the top of the ridge with what appears to be that same spiritual kind of guardian of his is what's like holding him up as he's floating down.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he's not dropping like a brick.
Hmm.
And I did expend a psi point to activate telekinetic movement for the effects of Featherfall, so I Featherfall down to the bottom of this ridge.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately that cost me my action, so yeah.
Alright, give me 1 second. I need to... So, it is now the turn of the enemy. And I need to open up DMG2 while I'm at it. And the Bugbear. Where the fuck my DMG go? Should be right here. I have a lot of virtual. Do I have virtual or no,
Why
physical?
I don't have my staff in here. Whoops.
Whoops.
I almost forgot to have my staff added.
Sword Coast, Out of the Abyss, Monster Manual, Character Sheet. There we go. Alright, and we are going to... excuse me.
Yeah, what's up?
There we are.
Actually, I realized that I didn't have the quarterstaff that I have actually added to my sheet. I'm gonna plan on using that.
Oh, righty. So, it is the Bugbear's turn. Which Bugbear are we looking at? Is you, mate. Alright,
It's ye, bud.
It's you, bud. He's going to fucking parkour his way to you. And you are... well within his range to reach you.
Yeah. Have at me, you nuisance.
Have at me, you nuisance.
Yep.
And ignore the horses, they don't exist. And he is going to attempt to whack you. With a jav with his morning star. And let us see how he does. I about took my fucking donut and rolled it like a die.
That's something I would do.
Holy fuck, I'm so upset. Does a 10 hit?
No, it does not hit.
Okay.
I'm sorry to say, it does not hit me.
Okay. Alright.
Well, out of the range of that.
This guy is going to come at you. And, he is going to make a... make an attack at you.
I'd like to see him try.
He tries. And fails. They don't get multi-attack. That's why they're lower CR.
Yeah, they don't have multi-attack. That's kind of a good thing to have sometimes, but if you're doing like swarm combat, where, you know, if you don't wipe the entire fucking board of the swarm before the, you know, the actual initiative starts with a fucking spell.
So,
I'm sorry, Windows, why did you just tell me you can't download updates?
this one's also going to make an attack at you. What the fuck? He misses.
Okay, you know, I'm just chilling. Normally, by this point, like, the Spirit Guardian would have to come out and try and block these, but Nardum's just stepping out of the way of all of this. Like, what the fuck?
I'm actually going to give this guy a...
drunk or something?
I'm going to give this guy a chance. He's actually going to be more than just... I didn't know there's a better hobgoblin than what I chose. But there is now. You guys got to clean up these other two just fine. These guys just fine. I'm not really worried. Maybe give you something of substance to fucking be challenged by. Maybe.
Yeah, just stepping out of the way out of all these Morning Star and short sword attacks or whatever the hobgoblins are using.
That's right.
Are you guys even actually trying to hit me here?
Here comes around. And, he tries to hit you.
Shocker.
Does a 14 hit?
No, it does not.
Okay, then. This is
That
some...
is outside of my dex bonus range, so the way I'll flavor that one missing, instead of like me stepping out of the way of it, the Spirit Guardian you've seen so many times now bursts out of the side of Nardum and grabs the short sword before it connects with him and just stares into the eyes of the hobgoblin.
This guy, they're just gonna gangbang you.
Yeah, I'm really happy they're all right here.
They have no fucking clue what's going on, but,
They don't know what they're getting into.
put him right there because, no, he's still in the fucking...
Yeah, he can't avoid the dawn.
Fuck it, he's gonna throw his javelin at you.
Fucking, yeah!
Yeah! God fucking damn it. Roll a 3.
Nardum just steps out of the way of that one. He's just expertly dodging all of
Ugh! He gets angry. He gets angry. Nardum, it's your turn. You are surrounded by
Hey.
1, 2, 3, 4 goblinoids.
You haven't advanced the turn order, so at the in the turn order itself, you see that little arrow in the bottom right? If you click that, it'll move to the next thing.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it automatically keeps track of everything initiative-wise.
Shit!
Virtual tabletops, yeah. These fuckers don't know what they just got themselves into. Morons.
It's a gang
Yeah,
goes goblin
like,
hunting.
Normally, I'd just be like, oh, I'm gonna use one of my psionic powers. I don't need to use one of my psionic powers here. I have something much, much, much worse. I'm gonna activate the power of my Staff of Thunder and Lightning. Thunderclap. I need every single one of them to make me a DC 17 Constitution saving throw.
All 5 or all 4?
I believe... Yeah, all of them. Just everything within 60 feet of me.
What the fuck?
And Colin is outside of 60 feet because 20 feet above.
Oh, yeah, sure. I was like, oh, good thing I'm good at contact.
Oh.
I measured earlier. I made sure you were out of the range because you were 20 feet above me.
Alright, the hobgoblins. What's the DC?
17.
Fail. Bugbear.
Okay.
Passes. The clearly decorated hobgoblin. What's the saving?
17.
What's the type?
Constitution.
Okay. He also fails. What happens when they fail?
They take 7 thunder damage and are deafened for 1 minute. In addition, I was using the thunder and lightning effect, which also allows me to use the lightning strike part of this as well. Let's see.
Boom.
Do I just eat the fucking AOs to get into a really good position for this fucking lightning strike? I think I'm gonna.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think this guy and this guy get an attack of opportunity on me.
Yeah. 15. 16. Does 16 hit?
No, a 16 does not hit.
Christ. I should not have thrown goblins at you guys, but...
Spiritual Guardian just blocks it again, and he's ready
Alright.
to block the other one too. He's quick.
They are both blocked.
Yeah. They can't quite seem to land it. And then, unfortunately for them,
You hear,
I need...
no, you hear them all scream, "Ah, goblin!" They have no fucking clue what's going on. They're visibly confused.
Yeah, I need this line of creatures to make me a dexterity saving throw, DC 17.
Okay, hold on. Oh, fuck. The hobgoblins, not the decorated warlord, pass. The warlord fails.
One poor bugbear.
And that one poor bugbear, we'll see what happens. Fails.
Okay. On a fail,
Pass,
they
pass,
take
fail, fail.
34 lightning damage. On a success, they take 17 instead.
Alright, I wonder if it'll correct the health here. So 34. Oh, I gotta do a minus.
Yeah, you gotta put a minus sign up front.
Nice!
So that was my action. Bonus action I'd like to employ here.
And then he's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Hi.
Alright, and since one of them died within 10 feet of me, I'm going to use my reaction to siphon out, like as he's falling over from this lightning, I voiced a hand forward at him and pull out what appears to be kind of some purplish energy, as I am using my Mind Devour feature to regain 1 psi point and 1d4 hit points, but I'm still at full hit points, so yeah, I just got the 1 psi point back. And then I'm gonna immediately use 2 of them to use a bonus action to Misty Step. The ridge is only 20 feet tall, right?
The one above you, yeah.
I'm gonna Misty Step up here. I end my turn.
Alright. Is it now the boss's turn? It is the boss's turn. The boss is going to pull out... Where is it? Alright.
Can you move the dawn radius by chance?
Move it. Wait, do you want me to right now on screen or like?
No, I mean like, can you move it as part of the spell?
Yeah, bonus action.
Oh, that's wow. Dawn is good. It's what, 5th level?
Yeah, and it does less damage than Fireball.
Well, yeah, but like over time it can deal much more damage than Fireball because concentration for what, up to a minute.
What's your AC? Nordim?
It is 18.
So 21 to hit.
That does finally break through the shell.
And then technically what this is
You throw like a javelin of lightning at me.
hey, dexterity saving throw.
Hey, I totally called it. Yeah, it's the fucking javelin of lightning. 11. That is definitely a fail in the javelin of lightning.
You fail, and because I don't have to go easy on you.
The javelin of lightning is like 46 too.
Yep.
D6 even actually. Wait, I don't remember which one it is. I know it's a pain in my ass though.
Yeah, it is 8d6.
Yeah, it's like the fucking lightning bolt spell. Ooh. Ooh.
On top of the die, up top of the weapon, the raw weapon damage. Where the fuck did that go?
Yeah, because he both hit me and I failed my dex save. It's 8d6, but I feel like, isn't it like if he misses me with the thing, I only have to make the dex save, and if I pass the dex save, and I get hit, I don't like It's 46 from both the attack roll and then it's 46 from the
Lightning strike.
dex save as well. Yeah.
Yeah. You take a total of, because he hit you, and you failed to save, so you got struck by lightning, took a hit, took a total of 54 damage.
Ouch. 54, you said?
Mm-hmm.
That is a lot more health of mine than I would have preferred. Wait. I am bloodied by that.
And,
Quite a bit.
can that be...
That is an action to activate the Javelin of Lightning, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Oh, when you hurl it and speak its command word, so it counts as the attack.
Oh yeah, it counts as your attack as well.
But he doesn't have a second one of those, so...
So Javelin is up with me now, right?
Yes.
I think it's in my chest or something.
Uh-huh. He takes another javelin.
It's my Javelin of Lightning now.
He takes another javelin and chucks, oh, fuck. Do I want to be that asshole?
I mean, at this range, if it's not another Javelin of Lightning, he will be rolling at disadvantage. And if it is another Javelin of Lightning, I don't believe he can use it again because he doesn't have two bonus actions to activate it or whatever it requires.
He has martial advantage. I think I'm going to proc that on you as well, just because...
The one guy is causing problems now, great.
Just because, and because I can be that brutal. He does another 24.
Another 24 to hit?
Damage. That is on top of the lightning strike.
Oh, yeah, I'm fucking unconscious.
Oh shit! Alright,
I
that's
think.
fine.
No, never mind. I have 4 hit points.
That is fine. That is fine. This guy's not gonna live long either. He's going to throw...
Fucking Jesus.
He's gonna
the other guys are like, I can't even hit him. This guy's like, fucking observe, deals 80 damage in a single turn.
He rolls to hit you with a second normal javelin, and he misses.
Fuck.
That's an entire action. And everyone's deaf, so it's not gonna work. Alright, that's his turn. Cullen, you've just witnessed,
A fucking murder. I've been slammed by lightning in my chest. I'm like, oh, Jesus!
Like, he put every piece of vigor into him on that one, just... I was debating whether or not it was worth it, but you guys are 10th level and I don't have to fucking play around. I could just be like, oh yeah, by the way, also this. Because I forgot to mention it.
Step 1 is...
Step 1, what?
Which one was the one that's throwing the javelin at him? The one that's right at the edge of the cliff, or the one that's down there at the bottom?
Cliff.
I'm going to Flame Strike.
Oh, sorry, no. This one.
Target,
Hold on.
like an instant spell.
This one.
I still have my con. Okay,
This
that
one. That's the one who threw the javelin. So,
DC 20 dex, please.
for these two?
Yes, sir.
What's, it's a save of 20, right?
Yes.
Christ, you're a monster. Can't convince me otherwise. Alright, Bugbear fail. Hobgoblin fail.
Okay, they both take, let's see.
That looks like 32.
Yeah, so 18 Radiant and 14 Fire.
It's okay. They're dead. We can just say they're
Okay.
dead.
Bonus action is
Oh,
move
fuck.
the Dawn over here.
And on your turn, does it provoke? Does it proc their damage?
So they take damage if they end their turn in it now.
Okay.
So they're gonna want to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, I don't think... I think one of them...
I'm going to use my movement to just fly over here.
Okay. So small, so dangerous. Let's see.
And that is it for me.
It is his turn, and... He's gonna have to fucking sprint. Not really. He is going to boogie fucking woogie.
He's boogieing on out of here, boys.
Where is... Oh shit, there's really no way to do this, is there? Without expending the... Oh, yes there is.
Damn.
Oof. This guy is barely able to make it. Alright, it's his movement, and he is going to throw a javelin at ya boy again.
Yeah, this is a disadvantage because of range, obviously.
Is it? Yes, it is.
Yeah, Javelin's normal range is 30 feet. They're like 80 feet away.
Damn, rolled good too. Oh well. Yeah, he ain't got shit.
He ain't got fuck all, dog.
It. Oh, my bad. It's a longbow, not a fucking javelin.
Oh.
Surprise!
Surprise!
Uh-oh. I'm probably about to go unconscious then.
He still missed.
Oh, well. I give him the benefit of the doubt. He disappointed me.
And it is now Nardim Conrad, it's your turn.
Yeah, he's about to taste the wrath of fucking God himself.
That fucking
I am
javelin.
gonna spend a key point, or not a key point, I just called it a fucking key point. I'm gonna spend a side point. So it's just when you end your turn for Dawn, right? Like, I could just walk in there and then walk out safely?
Yeah, I interpret it.
Granted, you got the
Okay.
move speed.
Yeah, and I do, because I'm using a side point to increase my movement speed by 10 feet, as well as gain the effects of spider climb. So I'm going to move 5, 10, 15, 20 down the cliff, so I'm, you know, like halfway down the cliff within range of this fucker now.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's about to taste the wrath of God. I'm going to use telekinetic force on him. But I'm also applying the crushing effect, so he needs to make me...
Are you going... No. Are you going to Darth Vader his ass?
I am basically picking him up by his fucking throat from here. I'm torturing him. He needs to make a strength save of DC 17. I will expend my side points for crushing.
You know, here's something I want to run by you guys. Do you add their... No, never mind. No, you do. Okay.
Unless it specifies they're proficient by, like, actually stating what their modifier is, then no.
So you don't add their
But
modifiers?
I'd imagine hobgoblins are proficient. I would imagine.
Uh,
I don't know what their sheets are.
You'd be wrong, and it fails by a little bit.
Okay, so he takes 12 damage, bludgeoning, and he is restrained until the end of his next turn. Meaning he has 0 move speed as well as disadvantage on all attacks. 0 move speed means he's gonna eat the fucking Dawn damage now. And then I'm gonna use the rest of my move speed to get back up on the cliff, where I started. And, are these boxes actually here? Like, are these real props?
Yeah.
I'm gonna duck behind one of them.
Okay.
That'll end my turn.
Are they done? Are they done being deafened?
No, that's 1 minute.
Oh fuck. All right.
Yeah, I basically cracked a lightning strike on them earlier, and then, you know, now they can't hear fucking anything.
Gonna make a
So,
desperate.
yeah, the guys whose current turn it is restrained right now, so.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22 to hit you with a javelin with disadvantage.
That does hit
Wait,
me.
hold on. The range is 120. You're well within range.
For long range, though, right? Not base range.
Well, I might not actually be within line of sight of him. Like, I might be behind the cliff from him.
Yeah,
That's a 20-foot drop.
We give him cover or something.
yeah. So it's still disadvantage. Even with disadvantage, it's 22.
Well, what kind of cover would you think about granting for this? Half or 3/4? Because the
Half.
half, then yeah, no, he hits me still.
Yeah, still hits you. For not as much.
It doesn't matter. I am unconscious.
Okay, well, we
I
can.
have 4 hit points. This guy is not dealing less than 4 damage.
If I roll it, he might. No, you're.
He has a strength score of 3 or better. There's no way he deals less
No,
than
you're
4
right.
damage.
Yep, you're down. Against all odds, he
Surprised he hit me from there.
chucked that shit. Yeah, it's got a range of 120. 30 to 120. Oh, this javelin. That's interesting.
I'm just surprised that he managed to hit me through the disadvantages.
Yeah. No, I rolled a.
Because I have a good AC. 18 is nothing to fucking scoff at.
It's a 13 plus 9. This fucker has a plus 9 to hit.
Jesus.
CR6 Goblin, Hobgoblin Warlord.
Oh yeah.
Ends his turn. How much does he take on the end of turn?
Another 4d10 if he fails to save.
Okay, what's save is a 20. Fails. Another 4d10.
17, please. That was a bad damage roll.
Oof. He's hanging in there, man.
We'll see about that. Alright, it's now my turn. Step 1 is...
Step 1. I'm so scared when you say step 1. Like, Jesus Christ, this man's playing his turn 4 turns ago.
Get here. Bonus action is to healing word my pal right here.
Thanks, gamer. You're a real friend.
That's gonna be a 6.
Yeah.
You are no longer unconscious.
I'm awake.
And I'm going to toll this guy's dead.
Oh, this motherfucker's a bit
DC
shit.
20. Wisdom save, please.
Ah, something it's actually proficient in. It doesn't fucking matter, your DC is so goddamn huge.
14 damage. Necrotic.
Oh yeah, because we're not 11th yet. 11th is when shit gets real fucky with all the dead.
It'll take a minute before you guys hit 11th, but still.
Alright,
But yeah,
so
when we do, 11th is a big level for cantrips.
well, and for casting in general, because then you get 6 level spells. And you can
Oh
do
yeah, no. I should specify earlier, I mentioned my casting is similar to that of a warlock. I have psi points to cast the lower level spells 1 through 5, but for 6, 7, 8, and 9, I get basically Mystic Arcanums. They're identical to Mystic Arcanums in like every way.
You're like a warlock meets a monk meets a fucking sorcerer.
It's very similar, yeah, but I have like some very serious downsides, and you know, as like a result of it.
So how's this guy doing? Is he still alive?
This guy?
The one I just told.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
A lot of fucking health, man.
See-
Is he bloodied at least?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he's fucking he's beat up to the point where he's bruised. He's well on his way to death.
And the bonus action to healing word somebody, so that means I can't move the fucking beam, so that's my turn.
You don't
Sorry,
have
but, you
consider
know,
you.
he fucking beamed me, man. I didn't expect him to have a javelin of lightning. And good news, now we have a javelin of lightning.
Good. Alright, but yeah, that's my turn.
God, if this thing had a charge left, I'd just pull it out of my fucking chest and throw it back at him.
It doesn't. Alright, it is now this guy's turn, and he is going to attempt to pelt with the longbow.
I am also prone now because I went unconscious, so attacks against me are at disadvantage if they're ranged.
I'm gonna shoot the pigs.
But melee attacks against me are at advantage. I'll also have to use a bunch of my fucking movement. to get him
Oh,
up,
what's your
get
AC,
up, so
buddy?
I won't be able to pull the same bullshit on him again this round.
What's your AC?
18.
Not you. The
21.
21?
Mhm.
21? Alright, now I actually do math. You feel
I want you to hit me.
you feel an arrow clash against your breastplate.
Solid mithril, baby.
Oh, by the way, I don't think I told you about this rule. If somebody has an enchanted weapon and you match AC, you might any enchantments will follow through, but any mundane damage will not.
Okay.
I like the flavor it brings, even though it makes combat. It doesn't speed combat up, but it doesn't slow it down too much. People usually just go hit or miss. I'm like, but why not both?
Why not both?
Right. Why not get the satisfaction of at least barely hitting the guy? It's still like, big brain, my magic sword. It sounds more satisfying to me. That is the end of his turn. You know what? Yeah, that's the end of his turn.
Sure he didn't want to move into the beam.
No.
That's disappointing that he didn't want to do that. What's the range on this bitch? Oh, the fucking gall that I want to do. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking do it.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna half my movement to get up. I'm gonna move to the edge of the cliff. And I'm gonna throw a fucking like a psychic spear at this guy's head as I'm casting. Let me press the button, hopefully this works. Psychic drain on him. He needs to make me a charisma saving throw, please.
Ooh.
That's my mastery in this
God
one.
damn, dude.
This bumps up to a 3.
What's the save?
DC 17 charisma.
He fails.
Fails. So he takes 28 damage. And I gain. Let me double check. That's
He's dead.
half, or is it regular? I gain 28 temporary hit points. So I'm looking a lot better than I was a moment ago. And since he died, I gain back 1 psi point, and then my reaction to gain back another, as well as 1d4 hit points. 3 hit points. From Mental Devourer. That ends my turn.
It's dead. There's one left.
In that case, in the interest of speeding this up, I'm just gonna drop concentration on the beam, fly 30 feet to here. Cast Hold Person on this fuckwit.
That's a monster.
This nerd's about to eat shit.
I was gonna say, it's a monster technically, right?
I thought hobgoblins are humanoids.
No,
Nope, they're humanoids.
Goblinoids, aren't they?
Yep, they're humanoids. Never mind. Go ahead.
Oh, are they? Ooh, poor bastard.
Goblinoid's not a specific category, is it? It's like
Oh, right! They stopped being a specific category in fucking 3.5 to 4.
like it says humanoid parentheses goblinoid.
Yep.
So I assume that means it's
Yeah, they count as humanoid. It's the same way that, like, a shapeshifter is it's humanoid parentheses shapeshifter.
Alright, so.
DC 20 was please or get fucking paralyzed.
That's paralyzed.
Go hit him with a stick.
Okay.
Or we I don't know. A paralyzed goblin seems very useful. I think we should bring this back as a war prisoner.
Okay.
Oh my god!
Swing to knockout. I'll swing to knockout then. Assuming you let me, I'll just go over there and I'll fucking swing for free crits.
Non-lethal damage. Non-lethal auto crits. How's that?
Yeah, non-lethal auto crit.
Non-lethal auto crit. It's got full health. You're gonna have to.
I'll just keep hitting him.
Every time you hit him, he gets a chance to make the save again.
Uh,
He's not gonna.
I don't feel like I should have. I don't feel like I should give you the auto crit because it's probably gonna happen anyway. It's a 11 HP hobgoblin. If you don't knock it out, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, you say it's 11 HP. Like, yeah, I get over here and I'm gonna swing for fucking his head because he's not moving. I'm gonna two-hand my fucking quarterstaff.
Don't you already have advantage because of that?
Yeah, I've got advantage as well as it's an automatic critical hit because he's paralyzed.
Yeah.
So thunk, and then it deals,
Double.
you know, more than his hit points plus another fucking 1 from crit damage.
You take rules is written.
Non-lethal, of course.
Oh.
And it is bludgeoning, so it's not like I'm trying to non-lethally stab him. I'm just
So
fucking
here's the thing:
long
you
with
don't
the head.
kill him, but you definitely give him severe brain damage.
Good thing I got greater restoration.
So he's not unconscious though?
Oh, he's unconscious.
Okay, yeah. Well, you know, he doesn't.
He's now as dumb as you think he is.
Yeah, well, tie him the fuck up and.
Yeah, get him tied up, and then I do have to head out. Unfortunately.
Yeah, this is a good spot to probably call it. We'll bring him back that next session when we're playing again. Everybody else. Yeah, we've got a hobgoblin prisoner.
Yeah, we come back and we're like, yeah, so we found this hobgoblin.
God damn it. You guys are. The cleric's been the most fucked up to everybody. You and the
I want
paladin.
to do it, right? I want him to seem like, oh, he's like a diplomatic, like emissary of the Feywild. He's a nice guy, and then he's just very ruthless and like immoral when it comes to things that he views as evil.
Yeah. Holy fuck, dude. I've kept things pretty, like, gray up until a certain point, and you're just like, it's bad.
No, yeah,
Yeah,
I
normally,
I'm playing
what
off
you've been
the, like, the
presenting,
gray
normally,
stuff.
like, the characters I make would be happy to kind of engage in discourse with, like, the goblins and whatnot, but
No, it's great.
Yeah, just
you
the way
know,
I
I've
like
got,
the
I've got a
character.
fairy of the summer court. The goblins we do not negotiate with. We will negotiate with everything else but the goblins.
Yeah, just the combination of like, yeah, like Scream wouldn't give a shit. Scream would be down to help out with the goblins. Like he knows how it is to be a little tiny monsteroid.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's just so interesting to see, like, how you guys approach this, and I love how, like, your typical, oh, the cleric and paladin are the good guys, and then just, like, immediately they're like, you're bad, they just fucking go in on them ruthlessly.
Well, I think Twilight is great because like Twilight in itself seems kind of ambiguous, you know, because it could be like, oh, like it's not necessarily a good cleric the way like life or
Yeah.
like light is.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Alright,
I do want to go.
I do have to head out, unfortunately.
Alrighty, well, I will
Thank
put
you
you...
for the session. It was a blast. I'm glad I was able to finally test out the old Scion. It's gonna be great.
I want to put you guys just outside the tavern with your prisoner.
Yeah.
God, you guys are fucking intense.
Yeah. I've got some really quite powerful spells at my disposal, especially Psychic Drain. Psychic Drain is really good if I kill somebody with it, because it costs 2 psi points, and if you hit someone with it, it refunds 1 of them, and if you kill someone with it, it refunds 2 of them. So it is
Nice.
a neutral game.
I'm more
You
talking
kill
about
one.
as in character. You guys are pretty fucking intense. Like, I figured your
Oh, yeah,
combat
we're
would be
ruthless.
intense, but like, Jesus Christ. I figured at least the two, like, the cleric, I figured at least the cleric and the paladin, like, when I first said, oh, we're doing a cleric and a paladin. Okay, so this will be somewhat of a, there'd be favor of diplomacy. Oh, we got a warlock who's like so nice and underhanded. Oh, okay, we might have like a diplomatic party who enjoys good combat.
No, the most diplomatic one is probably Devon, to be honest.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you guys are fucking ruthless, and at the moment all 4 of you agree on an enemy, I'm going to have to
they're
raise this.
fucked.
Yeah,
They're so fucked.
this is the type of party I was waiting for. It's just like coordinated, intelligent, and just
Ruthless.
yeah. That way I can really bust out. I've got a fucking. I'm so excited. I've got a creature that I don't know if you.
You don't know if it's balanced.
Oh, I know it's not balanced, but I feel like you guys are
Alright.
smart enough to take it on.
I do have to.
I believe
So
it.
thank you for the session. It was a blast.
Not a
I wish
problem.
you all
Yeah,
the
peace.
best, and I will see you not next Wednesday, but the Wednesday after that.
Alrighty. Alright, and that was D&D, folks. That was really fucking fun. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut it off. I will be coming back with Titanfall later, and probably later. We'll be doing, maybe Phasmophobia, maybe Blackout Club, something else, but we'll see how it goes. Thank you all for coming to D&D. Thank you and goodbye.